Okay. I think I come here. I just don't want to cover anybody, so let me go here. Thank you very much for coming. I know we have a lot of competition with other events, so very, very nice to see all of you. Thank you also to the Ministry for the cooperation and for all the panelists who found the time to come here. As you know, UNIDO, we have started our global program for hydrogen in industry about 2 years ago at the WEF. At that time, it was a virtual meeting, so we're very happy to be here now in person and to present a bit the advancements that we did with our program. A key element is, it also aligned with the mandate of UNIDO, is to trigger a fair and a sustainable hydrogen transition that leaves no country behind. That means we stand for fostering also the application of hydrogen in the global south and not just export. We know export is important, and we are also coordinating the International Hydrogen Trade Forum, so we know this is important. But we also would like to encourage, and we encourage developing countries to engage in the application, because this would trigger more jobs, this would trigger a value addition instead of just exporting a commodity. And it's easier to export green steel, green goods, than it is to export green hydrogen. But of course, we had yesterday also a very good panel. The transport of hydrogen is becoming more and more advancing and also economically feasible. So there are these two elements in the hydrogen economy that we are all together, I think, trying to develop in a sustainable and inclusive manner. Is on one hand, see, can we support the producing countries to also look into application, and how can we trigger an active but a fair export and import of hydrogen? And in this work, as UNIDO, we are looking at global enablers. What do we need to drive this further faster? Everything goes too slow. And I tell you, I'm not a patient person, and my staff knows this, just looking at my assistant. So how can we do this faster? How can we jointly do this faster? So we look into policies. We are working on policies aligning hydrogen policy with industry development policy, skills development, and this is what you are going to talk about. How can you enable the skills? We will need enormous skills in the global south to really accelerate the uptake of hydrogen. If we are not doing this now, it will be too late. We will not catch up, we will not be on time. So this is extremely important, and I thank you all for being here. Standards, as you might know, in about 2 weeks we are hosting the technical committee of ISO, where the methodology for measuring greenhouse gas emissions in hydrogen production and transport will be fine-tuned and hopefully agreed at the end, and then launched at the COP, which will lead the year after to the development of a global standard, which is extremely important. If you don't have a global standard, it's very difficult to trigger the export and import, but also to work in the countries, and we know what we are getting. So this is an extremely important engagement of ourselves, of UNIDO, and we have a long-standing cooperation with ISO, where we then come in to build up the capacity in the developing countries to also apply the standard. It's good to have a standard, but you need to have the infrastructure to do so. And my team is also working on this. Innovation, we are starting a big program now with the support of the UK on triggering also national application and national innovation in the global south. And of course, you see here also finance. Everybody talks about finance, so also a lot of engagement in finance and global coordination. Just a big overview of our program. But again, thank you for coming here. Skills development are key to accelerating the hydrogen, fair and sustainable hydrogen economy. So with this, I hand over to whom? To you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And now it's the time actually also to say good morning to all of you and to quickly introduce each of us. My name is Michael Harasek and I will be the moderator of this session, and we'll talk a little bit later about also my activities. We are very happy to welcome Julia Kore. She's from Hydrogen Europe Research, and so here we will get the European perspective on skills development. We need companies, we need industries, we need energy producers, and such. I'm very proud to welcome Clemens Schwarz from his project manager in the innovation and new business area at Verbund AG, the largest renewable electricity producer in Austria. I'm also very proud to welcome Camilla Daoudi. A warm welcome. You're doing your PhD at the moment in engineering sciences, but also but also work for UNIDO at the moment, and you're from University of Fez in Morocco. And finally, I'd like to welcome Professor Shihab Bouden from the Department of Industrial Engineering at the National Engineering School of Tunis, also to give the Tunisians' perspective on skills development. It's a great pleasure for me now to introduce myself a little more. I'm head of a research unit at the TU Wien, Technical University Vienna. It's the largest technical university in Austria, focusing on technical and natural science education. I'm there at the Institute of Chemical, Environmental and Bioscience Engineering, and as such we are very proud to educate bachelor and provide bachelor and master programs in chemistry, in technical chemistry and chemical engineering. And technical chemistry, both technical chemistry and chemical engineering are very strongly related also to hydrogen skill sets along the value chain. In the production, where material sciences and also process design is relevant, as well as along the supply chain and the use of hydrogen, in particular in the industry, is one of our education and research topics. I also want to emphasize that we recently started to offer a green chemistry master program fully in English, so that's also an interesting and attractive study program, also for guests from abroad, also from North African countries, which has recently been opening. And this is a joint study program that we do with the University of Vienna and with the University of Agricultural Sciences in Vienna. Further on, I'd also want to mention that we are also involved in activities with regard to continuing education. TU Wien has one of the largest academies for continuing education, and here we offer a very nice and interesting and exciting program which is also open for industrialists. It's called Renewable Energy Systems. It's a 4-semester program, a master program that we started more than 15 years ago, and so as such we are quite happy to offer this to students from abroad, foreign students around the globe now. Regarding the capacities that we have, and I'd like to shortly address also what we need, and that's also because we have representatives from the ministry here, we have representatives from UNIDO here. What do we need actually to do a proper education in the fields? And as such, I think it's also important actually to mention, yes, we have teachers, yeah? We have offices, we have lecture rooms. But of course also there is a need, or a strong need actually also to have better and improved pilot and demonstration facilities that allow us to demonstrate and to educate engineers along the value chain at university level. So this means electrolyzer technologies, this means blending and deblending technologies. This means also conversion technologies at pilot or demonstration scale. Here at the moment we are happy actually to work together with the Austrian industries and also the international industries, but also a stronger development and investment also in labs, in profound labs to support the skill sets development is for sure an important issue. But I don't want to longer discuss about what we do at TU Wien. So as such, I'd like to start with Julia Cora, the project manager of Hydrogen Europe Research. And I'd like to ask you about the European perspective. And here the question that I have to you is the broader perspective. What does it look like in Europe regarding the occupation profiles and the skill needs within the hydrogen sector from what you see as representative from Hydrogen Europe Research?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. Good morning to all. I'm very happy to be here today. So the topic of skills for our association, which is a Brussels-based association, has increased, let's say there's more and more light shed on this topic, also because it's the European Year of Skills, but not only, because this is something that is being commented upon by our members who are research organizations or training centers, universities. And indeed, when we look a bit at job projections for the sector, in Europe, so you can find many different data. So I will take, it depends of course of the assumptions that I used, of when the projections were made, but if we look at some of the most recent data that were made by our partner Hydrogen Europe, they estimate that by 2030 it's about 250,000 jobs in the EU that are expected for this. So they have these projections based on the equipment manufacturing level expected by then. And then it is really interesting to look at what these jobs are made of. So according to them, this estimate is also a bit conservative as it doesn't account for energy-intensive industries that may be using hydrogen, and it doesn't take into account transport and storage of hydrogen. So looking at these jobs, we wonder what type of profiles are needed and what skills will be needed for these people who will work in the hydrogen sector. So we had the opportunity to study this in more details within a European project that's been funded by the Erasmus Plus program. This project is called Green Skills for Hydrogen, and it will last for 4 years. It entails different activities, so it's not only about having this diagnosis on skills and jobs that will be part of the hydrogen sector. There will be also some activities on training development, and this is starting now. So through this project, we thought what is the best way to really understand what is expected for the hydrogen sector. So we led two interview campaigns in parallel where we covered 23 countries and we reached out to almost 150 stakeholders, both from industries and also training providers with different questionnaires for each of them to gather the content that's the most interesting. And there, when looking at industry, all job profiles that were mentioned, there were 943 in total and 200 unique job profiles. So from this data, we were able to see what job profiles occurred the most, what are the most critical, and without much surprises, we found that engineers and technicians were the most in demand, but also project managers was something really crucial across all hydrogen activities, really showing that we're moving from planning projects to implementing them. An important finding then was this cross-disciplinarity of hydrogen. So we found chemical engineers, mechanical engineer, electrical, materials. So hydrogen is really at the crossroad of different disciplines, and at the moment how organizations are dealing with this is that they compose their teams with different experts in different areas that are then these multidisciplinary teams. It's the most common thing at the moment. And maybe one last point, what we see is that actually these jobs that are in demand, they already exist. Those are a profession we can find, and often they've learned hydrogen through the training they've had already. So you mentioned chemical engineering, and this is really the job that came the most up in the results, and there are trainings for this already. So the question is, how do we ensure that there is enough people in these professions, because the competition between industrial sectors is intense. It's not only a problem for hydrogen. And how do we do we make sure that the supply is enough for the hydrogen sector?
You mentioned an important point is actually also to make study programs that take 10 semesters, 5 years to make at minimum, to make these more attractive for young students. So I think that's also on our side, really to make study programs and also the jobs perspective more exciting, an important issue. 250,000 just in the hydrogen, that's a great number that you mentioned. Maybe a second question related to also this initiative which you mentioned with regard to Erasmus+, this ongoing project. Are there other initiatives or other initiatives, good practices that we can actually copy or maybe replicate with regard to the skill needs to the development of the hydrogen economy, maybe also from other renewable fields or from other fields of green chemical engineering, maybe?
Yes. So when we question training providers, we also try to ask them what they see as a barrier for the development of training that would fit the demand. And which is something you actually seem to disagree with, but they mention often the lack of trained teachers and trainers. So probably it depends on the audience, but this is something that came up quite often. And they also mentioned, though, the lack of available infrastructure, which is an equipment needed for practical training and education. Yeah. So of course this varies depending on the country, depending on the speaker and the type of organization you are working in. It's not a general rule that would apply everywhere the same way. But then some of them have addressed this issue. We saw some interesting initiative, and for having a full overview, I would invite you to really look at the document and the deliverables that we have handed in and you can find online. But what I found quite interesting is, for example, this initiative in Finland, where different training organizations have come together to create this specialized training program, which for one university would be quite heavy to carry. But actually, because they share the modules between different locations and this can be done online, it allows to have this specialized training without having only one organization taking care of the entire entire organization of the program. And this is state-funded and open for continuing education. And there are a lot of these initiatives in Europe. We found it also in Spain. There is an inter-university master. There are some European initiatives that are doing the same. So I think this really helps to answer this shortage of trained teachers and trainers. So I think it's quite relevant. And then maybe another point on another level is public authorities setting incentives. And there in Norway, we have the Directorate for Skills and Higher Education that has funded trainings to upskill and reskill workers, specifically in some industries, so in the maritime industry and in the oil and gas industry. And this is, I think, quite relevant for them, as it really helps kickstarting these activities in training.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think what you mentioned with regard to train the trainers, having better trained lecturers is for sure a topic that is very, 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 very demanding. And we see a generation shift. We have lots of retirements now, and we have to consider that we need young teachers also that can actually do the training and do the education with the students and or with the young engineers or workers. Thank you very much again, Julia, for your nice and interesting insights into hydrogen education in Europe. Clemens Schwarz, as a project manager at Verbund, you're much involved in hydrogen-related activities. Maybe the first question, from your experience, what are Austrian and European companies, and specifically Verbund, as the largest renewable energy producer in Austria, are doing specifically to contribute to the European goals that we have? We have the Green Deal, and actually every company, everyone has to contribute to these activities. And here in particular, does this contribution have any effect on enabling of the hydrogen economy in Northern Africa?
So thanks a lot. The warm welcome also from my side, and good morning. So I think anybody who has followed the hydrogen world in the last few years has not only seen very substantial activities in the public sector in terms of hydrogen strategies, decarbonization targets, also funding and support instruments that have been laid out, but also has witnessed an unprecedented momentum and push in the private sector. So companies around the globe have started to engage in the hydrogen economy and have started basically across their value chain and deep into various supply chains also to develop technologies, refine them, scale them, build production capacities. We're looking at gigafactories now in Europe that are being built. And importantly also to apply these technologies and build and develop concrete projects. And regarding the latter, I think it's important to stress, and this is the often cited dilemma of the chicken and egg in hydrogen, everything has to happen at the same time. So you need the production, you need transport, if needed at all, and you need the application. So that is absolutely crucial. But I think if you look at the overall landscape, I think a lot of players are catching up. But it is fair to say that European companies have spearheaded these developments. And if you look at the goals that also coming from Hydrogen Europe and the political side, we want to produce 10 million tons of green hydrogen by 2030 within the EU, and we want to import 10 million tons. And I think you can't stress it enough. We will depend on energy imports that are coming now from other fossil alternative sources. We will need to become to be green, and hydrogen will definitely play a significant role in that part. So if we talk about import also, Northern Africa comes into play very, very quickly because of the potential. And if we talk about potential in hydrogen, it is again multifaceted. So you need the renewables potential, you need wind and solar, and also in terms of the load profiles, it's important that they complement each other in order to maximize full load hours for the electrolyzer. You need transport or midstream potential, what I would call it, and that involves, on the one hand, distance. So the proximity to Europe is really a major asset that Northern African countries have. And the second one is the availability of existing infrastructure. Pipeline-borne transport is by far the most economic means to transport hydrogen, and there is a lot of existing infrastructure already in place that could be utilized, repurposed for the transport of hydrogen. And the third aspect, I would say, and call the framework conditions. So that is on the one hand, relevant players that you need to develop these projects in the region, and also the political framework in terms of how willing are these countries to engage in the hydrogen economy, how willing are they also to export hydrogen, and build the frameworks that enable the concrete projects that will then also enable the employment of the people that we're talking about in terms of skills development. So I think maybe it's a good bridge also to Verbund as such. As you mentioned, Verbund is Austria's leading energy company and electricity producer. And we're very broadly integrated, so we're active in production. We are one of the largest hydropower players in Europe. We operate the Austrian electricity grid. Recently, also in 21, purchased the majority share of the Austrian gas grid with a strategic view also on hydrogen, because we think it will be needed. And we are a strong believer in hydrogen as such, in green hydrogen. So we are really a green player. 96% of our generation is already stemming from renewable energy sources. And behind this background, believing that hydrogen will need to play a strong role in the future energy system, we started to engage in the hydrogen economy from a rather early stage. So much before the big political targets came, around 2015, 2016, we started to develop projects and very much developed our own skills. So we were very used to working with green electrons, green molecules were new to us also. So our approach was really hands-on, try to learn it. So we experimented with different technologies, solid oxide electrolyzers, PEM electrolyzers. Our first big lighthouse project was perhaps the H2Future project in Linz, together with voestalpine and other European partners, where we deployed a 6 megawatt PEM electrolyzer, started operation in 2019, so that was truly early. And we've since gradually developed our skills and our projects, are talking about 60 megawatt, several hundred megawatts projects, and we are also looking deeper into Northern Africa now and developing concrete projects in different consortia. In Tunisia, for example, we've been there for 1.5 years now. Also, we're monitoring developments in Morocco and other Northern African countries. There's lots of potential, a lot of things happening. You need to find the right partners. You need to find the right framework. But we are very, very much engaged in this. And yeah, I think this is really also a fertile ground if you do it right. And I think Mrs. Schwager mentioned initially that you need these countries also to have a strong benefit. This must be a win-win situation. If I talk about doing it right, this is an important element. So we need to integrate local companies, and this involves, again, very different and a broad spectrum of professions. But I think if done correctly, this can really be a great success story on a political level, on a company level, for all parties involved.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. You just mentioned that skills and trained people are required to actually to do the job in Northern Africa, but also, of course, in Europe. And as such, I would like to ask you, what are the skills exactly that are needed from your industrial perspective for green hydrogen projects? This is the first question. Maybe another one that is actually also, if you can shortly give us a picture on the roadmap there. How can we get there? How can, from your perspective, and also what could be the role of the private sector to support the skill sets development?
Yeah. So in terms of skills, hydrogen is complex, I would say, not only from a marketing perspective, but also a skills perspective. You have various elements, again, involved. You have the renewables, you have hydrogen, you have electricity and hydrogen storage, you have transport technologies, you may have derivatives like ammonia, methanol, sustainable aviation fuels. And with all these elements, you need specific, perhaps overlapping, but specific skills. And you need to develop those. And it starts with land acquisition, legal skills that are associated with that. You need the technical development, lots of engineering competencies and different fields of engineering, obviously. And I think you have done a lot of work on this and perhaps better suited to go into more detail. You need permitting aspects, environmental impact assessments. You need, I think, the construction, the commissioning, the operation and maintenance. So it's a broad set of skills. It's not only academic education, it's very much also hands-on crafts and trades. If you talk about logistics, for example, I mean, it's not easy to transport an 80-meter wind turbine blade along roads that in Northern Africa, for example. So it's not straightforward. Excuse me. And it basically needs to start now. I think you also talked about curricula that are being implemented that last 5 years. If we talk about importing 10 million tons 2030, this is very much now. In terms of what the private sector can also do I think to support this, or how can we get there? I think first is identify what is needed in terms of the skill portfolio, and also in terms of the dimension that is needed. What amount of jobs is needed in what sphere? The second one, I would say, is implement training programs, and that involves the academia, but training programs also, as I mentioned before, very much hands-on in crafts and trades, construction, permitting, etc., etc. I think what is sometimes overlooked is also the skills and competencies that are needed in the public sphere, because these projects need to be accompanied by the public sphere, and the state is very much an enabler, but can also be, and a facilitator, but can also be a major hurdle. So this is really important, I think, from the skills perspective, and then also from the regulatory framework perspective, to allow foreign direct investments and provide attractive, an attractive framework. And then the third element, so identify the skills, training programs, and I think knowledge transfer also plays an important role in terms of, I think, there is already a lot that you can build upon. If we talk about Tunisia, oil and gas industry has been there for some time. Morocco, I think, is also quite innovative as a country at universities, etc. And obviously also use the networks with European companies. There's strong interest from the private sector to invest there. And you can also integrate them in training the trainers, train people, doing internships, apprenticeships, workforce exchange, learn on the projects in Europe also, where the market is now further ahead and developed, to learn what to do and employ it. And I think this is very much something where the private sector can and should play a role.
So as such, I believe as a large multinational or company with multinational activities, you also rely a lot on in-house training, more or less. So you catch the interesting and excited personnel, more or less, and then train in-house. That is probably one way to do it, but that's not always possible for smaller companies because actually the resources are not there. So will you also go out a little bit and support your industrial partners in this context, or is that rather not done at the moment?
Well, we've done plenty of partnership programs and education programs, also in cooperation with other companies, and I think we are open to that and discuss that in more detail also regarding Northern African workforce. So I think boils down again to creating a win-win situation, and I think that should be part of the game.
Thank you very much, Clemens, again. I think now it's the time actually to get a view on the North African perspective, and as such, I would like to welcome once more Camilla Daoudi. As you are in a PhD program enrolled at the Euromed University of Fès in Morocco. Morocco was mentioned as one of the front runners in renewable energy and also in hydrogen in North Africa. And as such, I would like to ask you with regard to the challenges, the primary challenges that you face, and also the opportunities that you see in Morocco with regard to the pursuit of getting a green hydrogen industry on the road. And here also what you see, as you are also active now here in Europe at the moment, how can you draw any European experience and make it available to Morocco?
Thank you for your question. I will start by the opportunity in Morocco. So as we know that Morocco has made significant progress in preparing for green hydrogen industry, as we witness a growing global growth shifts toward clean energy solution. Morocco indeed has made significant, valuable commitment by investing in renewable energies. As we know all, notably 90% of the electricity is produced from renewable energy in Morocco. More precisely, by the end of 2022, Morocco achieved a capacity of renewable energy installed around 4 gigawatts of renewable energy, comprising 23% of solar energy and 65% of wind power energy, and also 42% of wind energy and 35% of hydroelectrical power. So as you see here, there is something in Morocco as resources, and you may ask me that, but the majority of electricity produced in Morocco is from fossil fuels, from coal, oil, gas. Yes, indeed, but recently Morocco, my country, Morocco, has set an ambition target to achieve 52% of the capacity of renewable energy by 2013. So we see here that Morocco has how can I say it? Morocco has valuable commitment for energy solution, and what will make Morocco to stand out even more is that renewable energy account for 70% of the final cost of green hydrogen production. Additionally to that, worth noting that the Morocco has a strategical location, geographical location, and also a strong political stability. From my perspective, I think Morocco is an ideal hub for green hydrogen production and investment. For the second part about the challenges, we know that there is a lot of challenges, but from my perspective as professional and PhD researcher, I can highlight on the need of educational programs, specifically on green hydrogen, and also the gender inclusion, for sure. Yeah. So
do you, from your experience in
Yeah.
your engineering studies, have you faced any courses that are related to green hydrogen at all, or to hydrogen industries or hydrogen production, transportation, and use?
During my master's degree, no, we weren't familiar with the term of green hydrogen. But when I started my research, my PhD research in 2021, also the term of green hydrogen was relatively new for us, and relatively new to our educational programs. But recently our educational institutions launch new programs on green hydrogen, like some institutions as UMC or LUR, International University of Rabat, launch new master programs on green hydrogen and its application. But we see that the need of educational programs and training programs is evidence. Okay. So Morocco, in my opinion and my perspective, should enhance more in this field by improving our educational programs in the field of green hydrogen, and also addressing the gender disparity. Mm-hmm. Because statistics reveal that around 90% of women are only involved as a work forces in industry. Mm-hmm. So, and also 60% of women represent the student on national level in Morocco. So we should address this issue indeed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very important point. Now, with regard to the skills development in the hydrogen sector, what are the initiatives that you see at the moment, and what are the strategies in Morocco in this context? And also, do you see links to Europe? It was mentioned that we have Erasmus plus programs, and Morocco is also partnering that. Are these also contributors to the skills development from your perspective?
From my perspective, I see the role of skill development is crucial. Is more is yeah, it's important. It's essential. Yeah, yeah, it's so important. As sorry.
Okay, so
I
no, so
yeah, could you
sorry,
repeat the
once
question?
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was about the skills development in Morocco's green hydrogen sector. About the specific initiatives that you see and or what is needed in this regard to actually close the gap between these plans actually by 2030 actually also to have strong and large investments into the renewable energy sector and also in the hydrogen sector on the one hand, but the needs actually also to provide personnel at all levels.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, that there is a need for our educational programs. So from here to equip our workforce with essential required skills for across the value chain of green hydrogen. So yeah, we should cultivate our workforce with. We should cultivate them with. Yeah, we should cultivate them with. I lost my words here. So.
So there's training at university, but also at primary and secondary schools, also at these levels, actually also to get more skills workers. That is probably also one initiative that is being done at the moment, or do you see that this is an activity in the educational sector in Morocco?
So for one key of our strategies here, as my role at UNIDO and on a global program for hydrogen in industry, we are working on developing skill assessment methodology that will help countries to the development countries involving Morocco to evaluate the skills, identifying the potential gaps, and also ensuring the gender inclusion. So, yeah, there is some initiative from our side, and the key strategy here is to conduct this methodology that's based on the three interconnected pillars: skills and competencies, professions, and industrial activity related to the field of green hydrogen. So by conducting this methodology and involving the national key stakeholders, I think we can do something and improve our national educational programs.
As far as I have heard from UNIDO, so there will be a report and also there will be actually publications on the findings of this initiative in Morocco. And as far as I've heard, also this initiative. Thank you once again, Camilla.
Thank you.
Now switching also to the Tunisian perspective. I heard that there are also activities ongoing in the same directions. Gia Boden, as a professor in the Department of Industrial Engineering, which is of course also a topic that in the engineering school of Tunis where hydrogen will play a role for sure. I'd like to ask you first about the Tunisian opportunities. We heard about the Moroccan opportunities, now the Tunisian opportunities. Here in particular, in regard to the human capacity development, what is your experience?
Thank you for the invitation, and then thank you for this opportunity to talk about Tunisia and the Tunisian ecosystem. So in Tunisia, we do have 13 universities. They are spread all over the country, and they are multidisciplinary universities, so we have all sorts of sciences, and most of these universities have engineering schools and technical trainings. And so you will find in all these universities programs, the classic engineering programs, but until now there is not a real program which is only dedicated to hydrogen. And I think it's still early to have such dedicated program. Now, all programs which are existing, they are trying to introduce something on hydrogen. Since last year, we did organize a program on training the trainers. So we trained some professors from different fields on the technology of hydrogen and invited all those professors to think how to introduce courses on hydrogen and how to introduce programs targeting hydrogen in their existing programs. Of course, we have also a research program. Since the Ministry of Higher Education has launched since 2008 a national program on hydrogen, and it's a kind of competitive call. So many universities have participated to this call. And now if we look on the benchmarking of the publications, if we take the energy sector in general, we will find that the second journal in which the energy publications are done is the International Journal of Hydrogen. Means that this program, which has been launched by the ministry, was a good seed to introduce hydrogen activities in the university. I will not talk about the whole university, but I will focus on my school. So in my school, we do run a master program dedicated to renewable energy, technology and management of renewable energy. And so in this master program, we introduced this year a course on hydrogen technology. Then we are introducing in the second semester of this year a course on hydrogen for the industrial engineering students. And we started with industrial engineering since it's a system engineering department, and so we would like to train students on system engineering of the whole value chain of hydrogen. This is important. Of course, we gave the recommendation for professors to introduce some courses in, I mean, some chapters in their courses on hydrogen. For example, the course on green supply chain will introduce something about supply chain of hydrogen and so on. And in this school, we also created since last April Hydrogen Hub, which is a kind of interface structure between university and social economic sector. And this Hydrogen Hub is aiming to develop some activities around hydrogen, mainly seminars. So we launched last year a series of 16 lectures, which have been provided in school, but also broadcasted online for those companies who are willing to get informed and to get trained on hydrogen. So this is roughly what is being done, but now we are missing to implement some demonstration projects. It's very important that the students or the learners or even the executives who would like to take some training find the opportunity to get trained on real scale equipment. Means a whole value chain of hydrogen in which they can test different sorts of electrolyzers, test different sorts of equipment, see how storage is done, and then measure and see how things happen really. And so we are missing of such demonstration facilities. Of course, we are open to implement and to cooperate with all institutions, means universities and companies, to implement such demonstration facilities. We are open to participate also to European programs, since Tunisia is an associate member for the Horizon Europe program. And so we have the opportunity to gain or to participate to programs, and then through such programs we can also implement such facilities. This is the missing element. Now, the Ministry of Higher Education is also willing or now doing the feasibility study for the implementation of a National Excellence Center for Energy, which will be implemented very probably in the south of Tunisia. And this center is targeting mainly renewables and hydrogen. So it will be a kind of center in which we can make demonstration of scale 1 of equipment and test these equipments in harsh conditions. Tunisian desert, dust, all the real case conditions of tests and in real situations in harsh conditions. And so also we are open to all sorts of collaboration to boost this center and to open this center for cooperation with different research institutes in Europe. It is a good opportunity even for European institutes to have such a center, since testing a system in Europe will not be enough to validate that such a system will be the good one for South European countries. And so having such center is an opportunity for European institutes to also test their equipment there in harsh conditions and in real case and real situation. These are very quickly the programs that we are aiming now.
No, it's very interesting to hear, to have such a center of excellence, and good luck with funding and also with the startup. I think that is also actually an interesting, exciting opportunity for European companies actually to cooperate with you and use this opportunity to test the equipment under the climate conditions, under these harsh conditions, with regard to wind, with regard to sand, with regard to the exposure, also with regard to water scarcity, etc. So lots of aspects that are there that could be actually tested. So an invitation also to companies actually to get in touch with you. But related also to this aspect of capacity building, I'd like to have a follow-up question. In your industrial engineering program, how many students can you enroll at the moment, and is there an increase that you expect, also related to gender-related issues? I think that was an important aspect also that was addressed here. What is your experience in the last couple of years, also now in the post-pandemic situation that we have?
Yeah, Tunisian students are eager to get to engineering studies. And what is amazing is in engineering schools, we have nearly 50% women, 50% men. So the gender issue is really very well addressed. And women are more brilliant than boys in our schools. And they are doing very well. And if you go to the master or the PhD level, you will find even more women than men in our schools. For industrial engineering, it's a department which is, the students are really willing to get involved in this department. Of course, we have a capacity in the department, so our capacity is around 70 to 80 students a year. But we are not the only industrial engineering department, so there are in different other schools industrial engineering training. And the industrial engineering is very well demanded by the industrial sector, because they are a kind of system engineers. They are generalist engineers, so they can be adapted, or they can adapt themselves in different conditions of work in different sectors. So they are mainly in the industry, in the quality management, in the supply chain, and the optimization of industrial systems. They are in the banking system also, because we have in this department some tracks and some optional courses on modeling for finance and modeling for, service. And so we have very good students in this department, and we hope that the introduction of a course on hydrogen could be also a good booster to have skilled persons for the future industrial companies to find people who can manage projects in the hydrogen sector.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much for your picture in Tunisia. I think actually to summarize this, there are good prospects. There will be skilled personnel will be available to actually also to start and initiate stronger links and stronger cooperation between Europe and Tunisia, and between Europe and Morocco. So it's for sure a positive situation. One final short question at the moment, because I also asked Camilla with regard to that. European programs like Erasmus Plus, is that an option at the moment, or also the strong links to French universities that you have?
Yeah, of course, we are associate member for the Horizon Europe programs. Mm-hmm. We are very open to Erasmus programs and Erasmus Plus programs. And we created a lot of dual degree programs, mainly with French universities, but we are open to create dual degree or to collaborate to the creation of new programs through the capacity building Erasmus Plus programs. So we are open for all sorts of collaboration in mounting such programs in collaboration with European universities. And we have really a very good experience with mounting and creating dual degrees, mainly with French, because our system is similar, very close to the French system, but we are open at the master level or at the PhD to create any dual degree program. And I'm sure that dual degree program is something which is appreciated by European companies, because they will find some trained people on the model that they know. So we are really open to create any sort of collaboration to mount or to start dual degree programs at the level of Bachelor of Engineering or at the level of Master, which will be much easier in this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the panelists for providing an insight into European, into company, and also specifically into the North African perspective in Morocco and Tunisia. And so the session is about to end, and I will be happy to introduce you to Judith Meyer from the Federal Ministry of Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology to give closing remarks.
Many thanks. Yes, Judith Meyer. I'm head of energy strategy at the ministry with a very long name. I'll just shorten it to climate action. I think that covers what we're here for today. I'm very pleased, and I'm also a bit afraid of having to sort of summarize and try to wrap up a panel that was so interesting and covered so many perspectives in 4 minutes, I think is what I've got, but I will try. And I'll open with something, an important aspect that our colleague from Morocco highlighted, and that is, I think there's a similarity between Morocco and Austria and many other countries between how far you've already got with electricity production, renewable electricity production, which is encouraging and gives us a lot of hope. And the same is true, I think, for Austria, although we've got a long way to go. I'm not saying that we're there. We'll have to deploy a lot more because we're electrifying a lot. But we're nowhere there when we come to speaking about the gaseous energy carriers. And of course, this is our next frontier, if you will. I think sort of my ministry's sort of position is we're ready to unlock the next level of the energy transition. And for this, we need to talk about whole economy decarbonization across all sort of applications. And that is where the pieces of the puzzle need to come together for the whole economy, for all energy production and use, and that is where hydrogen comes into play, and as a really important interconnector to really make the puzzle fit. And I think sort of image of a puzzle is also some that's been used and fitting a lot for the whole hydrogen world. So what we're trying to do is, within this sort of evolving world where a lot is still very unclear and still in development, which is a challenge but also a chance, we're trying to always at the same time sort of reflect the urgency in the policy measures that we set, because there is urgency. I think I've heard it needs to start now, and everything needs to happen at the same time. So that's an important message that we hear a lot in the hydrogen discussion. But I would also add that, yes, we need to be fast and we need to be busy, but we also need to focus and not lose sort of track of what we're trying to do with the hydrogen world, and that is to save ourselves and not less than that. We're trying to decarbonize our economy, and that means we're trying to get ready for the future. And so within all the busyness and all the urgency, we need to be clear that we're talking about green hydrogen. Obviously, we're talking about sectors of the industry that we haven't got other solutions yet, because we're here because obviously we're talking about the need to import energy, new energy sources, and we're working hard to make this happen. But also we need to be clear that hydrogen will be scarce at first, so we always take great care to not sort of create absolutely unrealistic expectations of what can be done with hydrogen. But on the question of skills development specifically, what I've heard today, this morning, was actually, I mean, the title is about skills development in developing countries, but we really talked a lot about the sort of the need for skills development everywhere, really, and particularly in Europe. And I think this is sort of everyone's acutely aware that we need to develop skills in Europe. And there's a lot we can learn. We're already learning from Tunisia, from the close cooperation in Tunisia and in Austria with UNIDO's help and others. And I think that is the way to go forward. This is a mutual learning process, and there's areas where I think Europe has skills to share, but there's a lot of areas. Also, when we talk about harshening situations, obviously in renewable energy production, but also the energy world, infrastructure world, climate situation is changing in Europe as well. So we need to there's a lot we can learn on making our systems more robust, I think. So there was a hint, I think, also to that the need for skills development is not restricted to the hydrogen sector. It really is a thing that goes across the board. All of the energy sort of matters that we're dealing with, but also the different fields of work, if you will. And I'm quite happy to include ourselves in this public administration needs a lot of skills development. We're trying to do something completely new. I mean, because this is what I think, and I'm closing with this. It's a bit hyperbole, but I think it is what it is. We're trying to really rebuild everything, because energy is in everything, and we need to get it all done. And so we really need to build it up everywhere at the same time. And this session made me hopeful that we actually can do it, because there's a lot there. We just need to stay in touch and need to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And with this, I'd like to close the session. Thank you once again, the panelists, and also Judith, and for your closing remarks. There is the next session that will start in 5 minutes.
I will start in 5 minutes. We wait for other people to join us from the other sessions. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Please take your seat. We'll start in a minute. And we call our fourth panelist, Mariam, to the panel, please. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here, and hopefully more people will join as the other sessions close. And my name is Mattia Vianello. I'm head of energy with Practical Action. We are a global organization working, linking up energy needs, agricultural needs of communities in Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, Latin America, with the markets and with the government. So try to bring all together. And yeah, this session for us is very important. We have heard a lot about those big plans, ambitions to bring energy to all through even green hydrogen in the previous session. And in this session, we are looking at, those over 600 million people who are, living in extreme poverty below $2.15 a day, who are really struggling to access even the minimum levels of energy. And we're looking at, and those are the ones who are really risking to stay out of this race to 2030. And of course, they're across the globe, the majority in sub-Saharan Africa. But they're the left behind. And we're going to look at some of the results of a study is forthcoming. We are producing for the Transforming Energy Access Program, which is funded by the FCDO, looking at the relationship between energy and extreme poverty and what market mechanisms, in sense of business models and financial interventions like subsidies, for example, come together to face the affordability gap, which is the #1 challenge, but we will see it's not the only challenge. And we have a great panel. I'll introduce them in a couple of minutes, representing both organizations that work in the humanitarian sector, in displacement, but also we have a colleague joining us. I can see they are brave, joining us from Malawi, and he will represent a company selling products to last mile poor communities in Malawi. But first, just to get our brains going, just a quick poll in the room, just to get a bit where you are with the sort of your thinking about extreme poverty. So, sorry, the question is, where are the most extreme people living in extreme poverty are? Rural areas, informal urban settings, or in displacement. And sorry, I'm not sure what happened here, but if you could tell me what you think, if you can raise your hand, if you think it's in rural areas, please. If you think it's in urban informal settings, raise your hand. If you think it's in displacement, please raise your hands. Well, surprise, it's in rural areas, obviously. I mean, that is because most of the people, living in Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa, are in rural areas, and that is where extreme poverty is. But we look at, of course, it doesn't mean that we don't need to face and try to work with people living in urban settlements or even in displacement settlements. And in this study, we saw a very close connection between lack of access to electricity and extreme poverty. The same relationship is much weaker when we look at clean cooking. That is mostly because even not extreme poor people have less access of clean cooking. So clean cooking is a much bigger issue even beyond extreme poverty when we look at like poor or even low-income communities in some of those countries. And when we look at displacement, even if the majority of displaced people live through communities, and a small proportion of them living in camps, but a lot of them in sub-Saharan Africa camps, we see that over 80% don't have access to electricity, over 90% don't have access to clean cooking. And the issue is not just the cost and the access to market mechanisms, because there start to be mechanisms like I mentioned before, subsidies. There will be a session, I think at 12, about talking specifically into subsidies, consumer demand for subsidies. There are business models like pay-as-you-go that really manage to tackle some of those challenges. But there is a big, what we discovered, that there is a big evidence gap about the barriers of reach to those mechanisms. Those mechanisms tend to be designed in a way which tackle the financial challenges, but they don't look much at the issues such as the fact that refugees don't have paper, so they don't have credit history to access a loan, or the simple fact that people living in rural areas might be very remote and they don't have the options of products there at their place. So some of the most significant, we did the modeling of this, and some of the most significant and potential for market mechanism combination is really looking at things like consumer concessional finance to reduce interest rates of products, like Ray will talk about their model as energy as a service, but really to bring down those costs and spread the cost as much as possible, because the upfront cost and seasonality of incomes have a big effect on how people can afford. So if you bring down the interest rates and you spread the cost across a long time, that's the way to do it. But there are still very few examples of making this a large scale. I will stop here. I think a lot of more interesting findings will come out, including some modeling end of November with this study, looking at market mechanisms for the extreme poor in energy access. But I think we'll start a deep dive with our panelists. So let me introduce, we have Bertil Gimpiller from Practical Action. She's been with us working in camps in Rwanda for over 6 years, so she will bring a direct experience about what's the experience of refugees in Rwanda accessing energy access, purchasing it, and looking at how market companies are coming there. We have Megan from the GPA. She will tell us a bit some of the research she's been doing, looking at East Africa and the wider energy access issues with displacement settings. We have Brave online. Hi, Brave, can you hear us? Yes. Let's see if you can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you very well, thank you.
We can hear you
Can
very well.
me?
He will talk us
Thank
about
you.
their model with energy as a service for the extreme poor people in Malawi. And then we have Mariam, who represents UNIDO in Iran, and will talk us about how they're building energy infrastructure to create jobs in Afghan refugee camps in Iran. So yeah, a good panel. And I will start from looking really from what's the experience of like in those camps, and how those people experience really their accessing energy, purchasing energy, and what are their challenges. Bertil, please.
Thank you, Mattia. As they said, I'm called Bertil, and I'm really happy to be here. And thank you for the invitation. I will start by sharing the experience in the camp. And I believe most of you are not aware about how the camp looks like. So the camps, it's like a small village where people live together, and they share communal infrastructure like latrines, and kids go to school as normal in the host community, and toddlers, they study in the camp because we have schools in the camp. So with the renewable energy for refugees, we are able to support refugees to get access to clean and affordable electricity by using the solar home system. So far, around 5,000 plus, we are able to have a solar home system. We use what we call the market-based approach. It was not easy in the camp because in the refugee camp, there is free distribution. By telling a refugee that you will be able to buy the solar home system, it was no-go. You can imagine the challenges we faced. But through awareness campaign, trying to subsidize the product, we are able to show that it's possible. We are sharing our learnings with humanitarian agents and private sector. We also we used revolving fund as one approach to empower refugees to do the small businesses. Normally in the refugee camp, there is a high percentage of youth. And the youth, they are just sitting, doing nothing because there's no much opportunity. Refugees, they don't own land. And women, they have burden to go outside to collect the firewood. Now we are working with GIZ to see how we can support the most vulnerable people through end of project, which is really going well. And I want also to mention that through renewable energy for refugees, we are able to install power street lights to communal areas like latrine, markets, so that refugees can sell and exchange product, which was quite successful because all those street lights are really working well. Under productive use of energy, as I mentioned, we have a high population of the youth in the camp. So under productive use of energy, we are training refugees through mentorship, and they are able to acquire electrical appliances. I will close my speech saying that energy really matters, but you can imagine how can a refugee be able to buy a solar home system when they don't own papers? It's really hard to access a loan because they don't own papers, and they can't have collateral. So it's quite really challenging, and I would really encourage everyone to come and to see how we can continue support the refugee.
Thanks, Bertil. And sorry, I forgot to put some context into this. This is a program which has just finished the first phase, where about 60,000 refugees got access by purchasing actually products, cook stoves and systems. And maybe after we'll ask you about to hear a bit. It would be good to hear a bit more about how the private companies came in, what incentivized them to come in, and how that worked, because that has been really the challenge. And this is now starting a new phase, which is in all 5 refugee camps. Those are Congolese refugees in Rwanda, and is targeting 100,000 refugees about in the next 3-4 years in Rwanda. The project is implemented practical action in partnership with UNHCR, and then there is this new component also with NDEV, which is in discussion, looking at RBF and subsidies. So it's an interesting project, and thanks Bertil, but we'll go back into to hear more about the market players, how they came in. But maybe we move on to Megan. And just because Megan, as I say, she works for the Global Platform for Action now, she'll tell us what is that about. And she brings a perspective which is more global, or focus on East Africa from a recent study she did, looking at this interconnection between energy access, displacement, what has worked, what has not, and some of the learnings there. Please, Megan.
Thanks, Mattia, and hi, everyone. It's really nice to be here. As Mattia mentioned, I work for the Global Platform for Action on Sustainable Energy and Displacement Settings, so I'm aware that might not be a name that's familiar for everyone. So essentially what we do, we're a coordination platform that brings together all the organizations working on humanitarian energy to foster knowledge exchange. We kind of see ourselves, we're not an implementer, I think is important to mention, but we see ourselves more as a think tank, as an advocacy body to really kind of put a face to the humanitarian energy sector and really kind of highlight all the issues that might be relevant within the energy access sector, but are even more kind of pronounced in displacement settings. So yeah, and the GPA I think is also, again, important to mention that while we're not implementers, we work very closely with practitioners and see our role as gaining access to information about what's working for the different approaches that organizations are piloting, particularly when it comes to market-based mechanisms. We're really interested in learning on what works and identifying ways to scale up and replicate that action elsewhere. So as Mattia said, we kind of look into local contexts and then zoom out to kind of see the global perspective and see what lessons we can draw from that, and then present these kind of opportunities to donors, which is another big group of stakeholders that we work with. If I may, just checking if you can see my slide. Oh, sorry, thank you. Ooh, I'm not sure how to navigate this. The green one, fantastic. The big button, excellent. So I hope you can, yes, you can see the 3 reports that I'm happy to introduce today that Mattia mentioned. So within the GPA, I work for a research program called READS, which stands for Roadmaps for Energy Access in Displacement Settings. And what we're doing with READS is essentially looking into 10 specific country contexts and identifying the key, kind of taking stock essentially, what is the energy access situation in displacement settings in these 10 countries. So trying to take stock of any work that's already happening, any approaches that have been working well, looking at who's working in the space, and then identifying specific project opportunities to further and enhance that work. So you can see that we have 3 reports so far, and they're all in East Africa, which has been the focus of our the first phase of the research program. But we are also looking into countries in the Middle East and other countries in sub-Saharan Africa in further phases. Just to give you a little snapshot of what's in these reports, so beyond kind of take like a state of the sector, kind of comprehensive like analysis of the different forms of energy access within the displacement context, I think some specific kind of tools, or maybe not tools, but like resources, I guess, that I think are helpful to highlight is our stakeholder directory. So we've compiled hopefully as comprehensive as a list as we can of any actors working in the humanitarian energy space in a given country context, categorizing them by stakeholders, so government, humanitarian development actors, private sector, financial institutions, and also any community-led enterprises, as there are a lot of refugee-led enterprises working in energy provision already. So that's the stakeholder directory, and then we also have a section of project concepts in which we identify, based on existing experiences of organizations piloting different approaches, we identify where is the potential to really build on that work and either replicate it in a different setting or scale it up essentially. I'd like to mention that these project concepts are not just the product of us authors of the reports, but instead were developed in workshops with in-person stakeholders, and are kind of the summary of those ideas. Mattia, would you like me to expand on some of the findings at this point? Or
We go for the second round. Maybe let's do this first round of introductions. And maybe let's move to Brave. Thank you, Megan. And yeah, I think we want to hear more about the findings from those studies. But Brave, and yeah, great that you could join us from Malawi, even remotely. It's good to have you here. And yeah, if you can tell us a bit your experience targeting some of the poor communities in rural Malawi with solar products, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mattia, and hello, everyone in the room. Yeah, I think Mattia has already depicted the level of problem in terms of energy access, especially in the poor countries like Malawi, which I know is not just Malawi, Sub-Saharan Africa we're talking about. So we've been in the sector for quite some time. We started our operation in 2008 in Malawi specifically. And the first step was to understand the market. Unfortunately, then we didn't have many people who really understood about solar technologies or renewable energy technologies. So we started market activations, working with schools and local authorities to really train people on clean renewable energy in general. Of course, fast forward, now the market has developed and I've seen so many companies coming in, technologies are there, but still more, we are not reaching everyone with clean renewable energy. And which has come out very clearly to our attention is those that are left behind are people who are in extreme poverty. And the conventional business models are not necessarily looking at this market because it's too risky and it doesn't make business case. So if we are to reach these people and really talk about universal energy access, we need also to break boundaries of business modeling processes and also some interventions in reaching out to the poorest customers. So this is the area where my organization, that's Solar Aid, and Sunny Money, we've been focusing on how can we really push and achieve universal energy access. In Malawi specifically, of course, might be the case in other countries as well. We picked 3 key areas that were contributing to energy poverty, especially amongst the poorest customers and in rural markets. One is lack of having stable access points in those rural markets, because conventional business models are looking more into driving sales as well as maximizing revenues and mitigating against some risks. Therefore, it becomes very difficult to stabilize and establish sustainable access points in the remote areas. So that became one of the areas that we focused on how can we develop energy hubs in the rural areas. Secondly is access to financing. If we're talking about universal energy access and leaving on behind, we need also to increase the participation of local players in developing solutions and delivering those solutions in those rural markets. That was very low, and we tried to create some models where we involve the local entrepreneurs themselves strongly. Thirdly is access to affordable financing to support these local entrepreneurs who have taken that bold step to invest in these rural markets. So this is the area where we have developed a microfinance tailored for small local entrepreneurs to help with their working capital and then increase their delivery in these rural markets. And finally is continuously pressing on the business model innovation. And this is where now we've developed what we call energy as a service. Learning from selling products ourselves over a long period of time, and we've been tracking as well as measuring consumer behavior. And what we learned is that customers in the rural areas who manage to buy pay-as-you-go products from us, they struggle to commit to those monthly payments. But they were making tiny weekly payments, which demonstrated that they were very much happy with energy as a service. So that's where we are at the moment, and we're developing this model with an intention for either government adoption or commercial adoption for scale.
Great, thanks, Brave. And yeah, thank you very much for the overall picture. I think after we want to dig a bit deeper into the energy as a service model, because I think it's something which the sector can learn a lot about, and so it's interesting, and we want to hear about. Let's close the round of first round, and please also I ask the audience if you have questions, keep them for now. We'll have a round, try to keep 10-15 minutes at the end for conversation with our panelists and you if you are interested. And so Mariam, spotlight on you now and the work you are doing in Iran. Sorry, there is the remote. If you want to move.
Thank you very much, Mattia.
Floor is
Hello,
yours.
everyone. My name is Mariam Javan Sharaki, and I'm the head of UNIDO country office in Iran. So today I'm here joining the colleagues in this panel to share with you some lessons that we had learned in 5 refugee settlements in Iran. But before that, I want to start with one important reminding to myself and all of us that while we all are talking about refugees as a general term, we are talking about a community that have a lot of differences, like all of the human communities. So this is the key point for any kind of interventions for refugees or other displaced, poor, or less privileged communities, to understand their differences, their needs, their values, which will help us to customize a very productive work plan and an intervention for these communities. With that, I want to just give you some information about the 3 years project that UNIDO is currently implementing in Iran for 18,000 Afghan refugees in 5 different refugee settlements. This is not my slide. You need to, yeah. Okay. 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 So Iran, you may know that is one of the biggest, is hosting one of the biggest community of refugees in the world. According to the UNHCR, there are 8 million Afghan, Iraqi, and Syrian refugees in Iran, including refugees who are legally registered or illegally entered the country from the southern borders of Iran, or those who are residing in the camps or outside of the camps. Our intervention in UNIDO is covering 18,000 of these refugees who are the less privileged and are residing in 5 different settlements in the country. One important part of our experience in this project, I prefer to share with you the lesson learned in the second round of this panel, but in this part, I want to let you know that developing a project for refugees like other communities needs involvement in different levels of negotiating with the donors, negotiating with the government that normally have some territorial or security considerations, dealing with a counterpart that is not necessarily a technical counterpart, because as you know, Ministry of Interiors or Homeland Securities are normally the counterpart, the national counterpart in different countries. So we have a range of different players, counterparts, focal points. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of course, is a very important player. And then we all are working in a team with the support of UNIDO Technical Department and Energy System Division to come up with a work plan for the beneficiaries who are refugees. And that's just another level that the key differences and challenges and advantages should be also seen. So in this intervention, we were invited by the government of Iran as a specialized agency that has technical expertise to intervene in an area, which is the refugee area, as a member of solution strategy for Afghan refugees. And this is a global response platform for all of the UN or international agencies who are working for refugees, including UNHCR, WFP, NRC, or other international organization. So with that, we started raising and mobilizing funding from our member states or bilateral donors who were interested to allocate funding. And government of Republic of Korea, South Korea, funded the first project in Iran. What we okay. The work plan we developed in the country was based on the needs and capacity of these refugees. Okay, I'm horrible in the slides. Okay, so my colleagues in our team, they developed based on the needs and based on the age and different, the feasibility study that we developed in the first phase of this project, the inception phase. They proposed 4 different applications for Afghan refugees in these settlements. One of them was solar and PV intervention for providing clean energy and electricity for refugees. The other one was establishing smart greenhouses, which were also developed by the solar PV panel for the energy systems, managing the waste in a sound and environmental way, so through the vermicomposting application. And the last one was providing water resources and managing the wastewater in each of these settlements. Aside from these technical applications, we also conducted about 69 different so these are the different applications, including establishing water purification, greenhouse in these settlements, and also PV and solar panel. Okay. So aside from that, we also conducted 39 different training workshops, technical trainings for these refugees with focus on female youth and refugees with physical disability that normally are not taken into consideration in some of the interventions in the settlements or these camps. The feedback when we started proposing the technical trainings.
Can you keep the feedback for the next round? So
Absolutely.
we go in the learning now. So we have some time to go a bit in the depth.
Yes.
Also because you mentioned people with disabilities, and this actually, I just wanted to make a point. This study we are doing now will be launched in November. Is also looking within the correlation between energy and extreme poverty at subgroups, including people with disabilities. And actually there is a lot of evidence that came out around that, and other groups like older, the younger, women, and clearly the biggest group of people who are really lacking energy are the ones in fragile and the conflict affected locations. And this is the biggest group of everyone, of people with lacking access to energy. And presents huge challenges in terms of security for companies and others to access, and is very much overseen by a lot of the groups. So in a way here we have like 3 out of 4 panelists talking about energy for refugees, but I think that is symptomatic of the fact that, I mean, although this is great and this is an advancement that the sector has done, especially the humanitarian sector, to look at energy as a key enabling factor for the humanitarian assistance, and also bringing markets and looking energy in a different way, it also shows that that works because it's organized. There are agencies which are taking care of those groups of people, while the extreme poor living in all those areas, in rural areas especially, are really left behind. And more focus needs to be put on them, even if there is not like an agency which is specifically looking at them. Just a point that which I think it's important we all think about when we have those conversations. But even for us, a practical action, when we look at this, our best case is from the humanitarian energy rather than working with extreme poor in rural areas. But so going back maybe to Bertil, and thanks to the panelists for this first round of introductions. Bertil, can you tell us a bit more about what were the challenges and what worked to bring in market players, sellers of cook stoves, solar home systems in the 5 camps, actually the initial 3 camps in Rwanda where you're working, and in the future in all the camps?
The main challenge was ability to pay, because as you know, majority of the refugees, they don't have permanent job or part-time job. That's where we working with private sector, market actors, sharing them data that at least if we can do the risking, if we can do awareness, or they can come and sell the product. So with awareness creation and developing market-based approach, especially for the refugees. For instance, if I give you a typical example, one stove it costs around 40 USD. So we inform private sector, we can subsidize the stove, and we know pretty sure that a refugee can be able to pay. So by sharing data, information was able to show that a market-based approach was able to work in the refugee camp.
And just, sorry, follow-up question on the stoves, because I know those some of the stoves with the pellets, right?
Yes.
How did we incentivize the companies to actually come to the camps and sell? I mean, there was some financial support. How did we incentivize them to come to a place where they thought they had no market?
Depending on the need of each company, because we didn't want a monopoly, so we interested all companies. There is one company who said, if you can help me to construct a factory which can produce more pallets, that will be nice. So basically what we did the risking for their businesses, but also we informed them it was really necessary to come and set shops in the camp, because that's how possible the market was going to work in the camp.
Great, thanks, Bertil. And maybe we shift to Megan, because Megan explored the similar situation, I think, in camps in Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya. And so what are your sort of key learnings from that you want to share around this, really, how markets have came into this displacement settings?
Exactly, and actually RE4R was one of the projects we had the pleasure of working together with to produce one of the reports, and also learned more about that specific context. And I think there are a lot of really interesting findings coming from Rwanda, but also, as said, in different refugee settlements and camps in Kenya. But maybe just quickly to zoom out and go to the question, so why market-based mechanisms in displacement settings? I think they're already hard to do in any rural communities, but then in displacement settings there's potentially even more barriers. Just to bear in mind that a lot of the displacement settings that we work in most of them are protracted, and a stat that I sometimes find helpful to remember is that most refugee settings, I think this was a couple of years ago, it might have even increased, they last for an average of 17 years. So we're not talking about temporary settlements, we're talking about villages, we're talking about places that are honestly probably there to stay and have, for generations of people are living there. At the same time, because they're considered temporary, because they're officially refugee settlements, they don't get the same amount of long-term investment, and there's no there's just a very heavy reliance on aid, even for these really long, protracted situations. So I think where market-based mechanisms come in is that they try and shift that reliance on aid and instead see the opportunity of an influx of people to create, and a high concentration of people, and often very skilled and diverse people, to create markets in those settings in areas of the country that might already have been disadvantaged. But crucially, host communities are often not, or do not receive aid the way refugees do, but by working with market-based mechanisms, there's an opportunity to foster local ecosystems and market systems in refugee hosting areas of the country. And also another point about relying on aid is there's little choice involved for recipients of aid, but by bringing in different private companies and fostering a market, that's when people can also choose products that are of higher quality and that actually meet their needs. So that's kind of the rationale, I guess, behind market mechanisms. And yeah, looking into different market-based approaches that we've seen in the different East African contexts, I think, as Maria mentioned, it's important to remember these contexts are all very different, so there's never any one-size-fits-all, but maybe just a couple of kind of findings that have rang true in all the different settings. I think it's important to remember that subsidies are going to remain necessary for what is not just the foreseeable future, but like we are talking about people with pretty low ability to pay. But that doesn't mean that there's not a chance to actually create market structures using the help of subsidies. And again, experiences like from the RE4R project, and also I see a lot of NDEV colleagues here from their pilots with de-risking mechanisms, result-based financing, and end-user subsidies. I think we see that there is a lot of potential to make a real difference for these companies and customers, both working on the supply side with the companies to help them set up operational structures, but also working directly with end users to make it more affordable. I think something that we've seen, particularly with like de-risking mechanisms or supply side subsidies, is that it's really important. There's different ways of doing subsidies, and instead of just focusing on sales targets, for example, it's really important to have like longer term oriented goals. Things like, as Bertil mentioned, setting up an actual physical shop in the camps or the settlements makes a huge difference in terms of customer like awareness and trust in the company and brands. Things like looking into storage and warehousing facilities, and crucially also training and hiring local sales agents is, I think, a really important way of kind of creating longevity and also allowing a company to keep operating in the longer term. And then on the demand side, I think there's also a lot of important lessons to learn in terms of there's different ways of doing them in terms of, I think, for example, instead of just ending them very suddenly, having a gradual phase out, or some organizations have tried things like having like a sale in terms of the products being available at a subsidized price and then not. But I think it's important to remember sometimes if you just use a subsidy and then stop offering it, that can have a quite disruptive effect too, and a lot of people, that can actually reduce people's willingness to pay. So that's kind of the whole topic around subsidies. I think one or two more points, I guess, around things that we've seen in the context that's been really important is working with the local community. And that, again, as mentioned, is about training and hiring people to really work for these companies. And again, not just refugees, but host community members as well. And to really just kind of create a sense of ownership of the projects. In the RE4R project, maybe Bertil will mention setting up streetlight boards to manage and maintain the system, so remembering operations and maintenance. And again, just also remembering that refugee contexts are really diverse, and you often have a lot of very skilled people. So one example that leads to my last point would be around, I think, government permitting. I think that's something that you have to remember in refugee camps and settlements. Is a big complexity to navigate for the private sector, and I think that's where development actors have a really big role to play in terms of supporting them with the whole government permitting. And I think you can see that once there have been private companies that have managed to kind of trailblaze and establish themselves, it becomes a lot easier. But there's a cool example, I think you might have all heard of, there's a mini grid that was established by Renuvia in Kakuma refugee camp, and it's actually one of the largest mini grids in East Africa. It's 540 kilowatt peak currently, and is actually being expanded. And that is in a refugee camp/settlement. And again, I think they played a huge role in terms of like bringing like the private sector into those settings. And what's really nice to see is that they're now working with refugee-led mini-grid operators to join forces and to expand their services too, and standardize tariffs and really create a much larger network reaching many more customers, which is amazing to see how a lot of the synergies of working with a large international company, and then working with refugee-led enterprises who have that intricate knowledge of the local context, how there's a lot of, again, synergies that can be leveraged through those kind of partnerships. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Megan. Really, yeah, great insights from your study. And also thanks for zooming out or reminding us why we're talking about market-based approaches, and also why market-based approach doesn't mean just having market players selling products at full cost, but it also means having financial external interventions, like whether it's a subsidy, grant, or other things to really make those affordable, to overcome those affordability barriers, but also to overcome the reach barriers to those mechanisms. The fact that they might not have papers to access a loan, or the fact that those products are too far away and you need a last mile distributor to get there. I'm curious to hear from Brave. I mean, Brave, you're hearing all the stories from from those displacement settings. I'm wondering, how much you think this applies to the settings you are working, like extreme poor in rural Malawi, but also, I mean, just using that as to bridge, to hear a bit more the details about your energy as a service project, because I think that is it's really interesting, and I think that might work even in refugee settings, but also more widely in other areas in Malawi and in Africa, really. So getting a bit more details on that would be great.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mattia. Actually, listening to Megan, I was thinking, did we even see the paper that she has produced in form of our business model? Because those are some of the building blocks that we have used to set up energy as a service. Maybe I'll give a little bit of a context how we ended up with this model. What's the story behind it? So we are also like a normal pay-as-you-go solar company. We do sell products on pay-as-you-go. Of course, we have been trying to stretch the payment plans to make sure that we reach very poor customers, but it has proven to be very difficult to actually achieve it and make it sustainable. So we focused a lot on understanding consumer behavior. Those that were struggling and defaulting, we didn't treat them as defaulters per se. We started kind of categorizing them as customers who are struggling to pay. And then for us, it was like a learning point to get a bit deeper to understand their behavior. Now we started tracking their payments since they started paying for their system. One thing that came out very clear was that they were making tiny payments more regularly, like twice a week or something like that, but they were still not able to accumulate that into a predefined figure that they were supposed to pay on a normal pay-as-you-go. So that gave us a bit of an insight that these customers who are actually defaulting, it's not that they don't want to have energy in their house, it's just because the terms that we're giving to them does not really match with their income levels. So it's better for them to make tiny payments of accessing energy rather than actually owning or paying for the asset. So that made us to shift our idea from selling solar home systems or like selling products to more of kind of like installing revenue generating assets. So these are being solar products. And we shifted the product from being kind of like a unit to sell and to rather our own assets, revenue generating assets. So we move them to a balance sheet. So in this case, for us, we are responsible for the system that we install in someone's house, maintaining it, making sure that it's working constantly, and the customer does not take any burden of the system. We take that, it says on our books. So basically that was the transition. It was based on consumer behavior, those customers who are struggling to afford pay-as-you-go. So that's how energy as a service came about. So we did a bit of what we call a test of the concept to prove that it could really work. And then we engaged the government, Ministry of Energy, through Malawi Rural Electrification Program. We got access to their master plan, which clearly stipulated which locations they were planning for grid extension, for mini grids, and which areas they deemed to be too poor for both mini grids and grid extension. And for us, that became our target. And we're calling this as a pre-electrification. So we know that in the next 10 years, these areas will not have any access to electricity at all. That was the first step. Then second step was to develop a model which is pro-poor, meaning reaching the poorest customer in the poorest region of the country. So we did a study of the whole districts in Malawi, and we picked the poorest district, the one which is least electrified. That was the second step. Third step was within this poorest district, we had to select the poorest community in that district. And that's when we came up with a location, and we deployed 500 systems initially to test the concept if it could actually work. In year one, we observed that customers were making payments comfortably, and looking at the profile of the customers against the customers who are accessing solar home systems, actually the ones that we were reaching, 97% of them were living and actually are living in under $1 a day, according to World Bank classification. So these are like really, really poor customers. But when we looked at our financials and all that, they were so stable, they were making payments. In year two, which is the current year, we thought of now stress testing the model to adding more systems, but maintaining the structures the same. So we have deployed 2,000 systems. Now we've got 2,500 homes connected in just one area. And the payment trends are still the same. We are maintaining stable.
Go ahead, Brave. We have a guest.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so basically that's what happened. So at the moment, we are in the second phase of stress testing the model. In terms of operations, one thing I've also found to be very, very useful is localizing operations. So we're working with the local leaders to identify trusted individuals in this location. We train them on customer service, installation, product knowledge, and they become the ones who are actually operating on the ground. And we are mostly remotely supporting them to make sure that they're providing proper and good quality service to the customers. Of course, all the cash management is being done centrally from our office, but in terms of the day-to-day operations, it's localized. So far, the responses are very positive, and we're looking at going to phase 3, where we want to electrify 100% of this population, and also start adding in productive use of energy as another business model.
Thanks, Brave. Thanks. And now we move on to Marian. Just one consideration. I mean, this makes me think. You know, I heard yesterday a couple of times, both from the CEO of SU for All and from other people, about this ambition of like aspirational minimum of like 1,000 kilowatt-hour per person per year, which is, you know, it's very, high target when we think about some of those populations and where, the struggle is to get to a tier 1, tier 2. So it's a philosophical question. It's an important one I think the sector needs to think about and discuss. But we don't do this now. Mariam, please, if you want to finish your intervention giving some more insights about the learning about building livelihoods with energy, I would like to keep 5 minutes for, some questions if there are. Please start elaborating them in your brain. Please, Mariam.
Thank you, Mattia. Yeah, sure. I think we can skip the details about the project document because it is accessible in UNIDO portal, and if for those who are interested, you can see the project design and inception phase report as well as our progress reports in each of the steering committee of the project. So I skipped that part, and I prefer to share with you 7 specific lessons learned that we had in that project, and it will be very valuable for us because soon we are going to replicate the project with the same donor funding that was offered by the government of Korea. That we also take it as an achievement that a donor that is not a common donor for UNIDO or a technical agency is encouraged to reallocate the funding. So one of the key lessons learned that we had in this project after starting and doing the inception phase was that we are not alone in these settlements. We are a member of Global Response, and there are other organizations with different mandates and different, type of interventions. Normally, humanitarian agencies like UNHCR, that is the leading agency for refugees, or WFP, have immediate interventions for providing refugees with food, with financial supports that should urgently be allocated as a support to refugees. So for us as a technical organization intervening in these settlements and offering midterm or long-term infrastructural interventions, that was an important lesson because you cannot establish a comprehensive technical, for example, waste management system if another organization is donating, for example, a waste management equipment that is not seen in your application. That was one of the important lessons learned that we also shared with the government, that if it is a global response, then we need to sit together and work together as a team, both developmental and humanitarian agencies. And to see our intervention as a value chain in an ecosystem, not as isolated intervention in each of these settlements. The second lesson we learned in Afghan settlements in Iran was that as I said, every community, for every, different group of refugees or displaced people need to also consider the contextual barriers. To give you an example, in our greenhouse application, we developed a very smart and productive and well-designed greenhouse in 2 of these settlements. But after we were going to start planting the vegetables or the products in each of these greenhouses, we learned that because of the cultural barriers, female refugees cannot work together with male refugees in these greenhouses. So that was a cultural barrier that we had not seen at the first place when we were designing. So that's what we will consider in the next
sorry,
phase of
the
project.
main sign we have to close in 4 minutes.
Yeah,
we also wanted just to pick a couple of questions from the public, if there are. If you want to give your last final lesson, I don't think we can go through the whole
Okay, just the last one, which I think is very important, is that if we do not involve the host community, private sector, and also the host government, there will be no sustainable solution for refugees. Refugees cannot be integrated in the host community without benefiting the private sector. I stop here.
Thank you, Mariam, and I think great if you could put the link so everyone can go to see the details. I hope we have a couple of questions before we close, if there are. If you have any curiosity or interest in hearing more from one of the panelists. Yes, I can see Patrick from, just come here, please. Introduce yourself and ask the question.
Hi, Patrick from NDEV. My question is about the concept of ownership, because it came up, I think, here and there throughout the conversation, and maybe touching on the last point, if you interpret a distinction between the concept of ownership between refugee settlements and the host communities, just to elaborate on that a bit.
Sorry, ownership of products, services, whatsoever. Okay, who wants to take this? Bertil or Megan or Mariam? Who wants to pick it? Mariam, you had the chance to speak. Yeah.
So thank you very much. I think this is a very important question when it comes to the specific design of the project. In every country, I think there are different rules and regulations. So we need to also be mindful about the legal platforms that each country has for ownership or, for generating income for refugees. In our intervention in the country, we learned that there are a range of difficulties. For example, we generated income through the solar and PV panel, and we were going to sell the extra, part of these electricity to the government, to another governmental organization. And we learned that government cannot sell to another organization. So we had to find a private sector organization to mediate and to facilitate this transaction. That was the same for refugees' ownership of the, for example, income generated in these settlements from the vegetables or, products. So I think case by case, it is different, and it should be taken into consideration during the designing phase.
Thanks. Maybe just to hear from Brave, and then we close. Brave, the question of ownership, in this case, I guess, ownership of the systems with energy as a service, and the long term, just to hear from like a sort of extreme poor rural communities perspective in 30 seconds, and then we need to close.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, of course, it's a big question right now about maybe depriving people an opportunity to own an asset. But looking at the customers we're dealing with, they can't afford to buy an asset. But they need electricity. And also to take an example of how we pay for electricity ourselves. If you look at our homes, where we're coming from, we are paying for electricity to the utility company, and it owns all the cables, which brings electricity into our own homes. So it's kind of like we are forcing the poorest people to buy an asset that can generate electricity, where us living in the privileged communities, we don't own the actual infrastructure that brings electricity into our homes. So this kind of like the argument that we're operating under, so we're trying simply to bring electricity at the time when they can't afford a system. There is that choice that they can also buy and own it. They take it off from our books.
Great, thanks, Brave. I think we have no time for a wrap up. I guess just one sentence is that clearly, each of those communities and groups needs very suited design, fit for them mechanism, and this needs to be taken into account by who builds those financial mechanisms, market, business models, and all the enabling environment around. I think we close it here. I want to thank the three panelists in person and Brave from Malawi. Thank you very much. Maybe a little applause from the public. And yeah, thanks for your... Yeah, thanks to the audience as well. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you. We start in a minute. Thank you so much. May I invite the discussant and the panelists to the podium? Where do you want to sit, Charlie?
I think one of us here and one at Alexis, could you?
Where go? So where are you seated? Yvonne, you are seated here?
No.
All right. You're the boy.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay, all right, okay, all right.
But I think that that's the most that can.
Okay, all right. Thank you, colleagues. We start in the next minute, so please take your time to settle down.
What a nice hosting. Thank you.
You started it, Alexis.
Yeah.
Okay, this is yours. Nobody has a mic there. My sister, you have the mic there? No, okay.
Yvonne doesn't have.
Okay, all right.
Hello?
Okay, all right. Well, it's good afternoon to you, and I'm honored to welcome you to this fireside chat. We have came up with the name of fireside chat. It's quite innovative, and we want to have a discussion on climate adaptation and the role of innovation and private sector in climate adaptation. My name is Alois Mhlanga. I'm the Chief of Climate Technologies Innovation Unit within UNIDO. And me and my colleague Yvonne will be co-moderating this conversation. And in keeping with the principle of a conversation does not go one way. So we want to share with you some ideas we have, but we also invite the audience to come in and enrich the conversation. Some of you may have been asking, what is climate adaptation, mitigation? Why are we talking about climate adaptation at this point in time? The fact is that even if we are to stop emitting all the greenhouse gases today, which is not going to happen, we are already living with a climate that is changed. There are changes in weather patterns. There are changes in temperature patterns. The rain doesn't come. We also have a lot of diseases that are popping up. The agriculture sector is having to do with all these changes. So we are already living with a changed climate. Therefore, it is imperative on us to adapt to this change. The conversation on mitigation, on climate mitigation, can never be complete if we just focus on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We need to support communities, we need to support industries, we need to support economies to transition to climate resilient economies. The World Economic Forum recently highlighted the most severe risks that the global economy is going to face in the next 10 years. The first one is climate action failure. The second one is extreme weather events. The third one is biodiversity loss. All these talk to the need for climate action for us to adapt. And among others, in the top 10 include human environment damage and natural resource crisis. Because of a changed economy, we are exploiting our natural resources more than the world can actually regenerate. They also indicated global risk outlook of 2021. The risks that have highest impact and highest likelihood are climate action failure, human environmental damage, extreme weather, and infectious diseases and biodiversity loss. So we have to embrace action on climate adaptation. But unfortunately, things are not happening on climate adaptation. We are failing to respond to the challenge. Whilst financing for climate adaptation is gaining momentum, it remains well short of the estimated needs. Around 46 billion US dollars goes into climate adaptation financing on an annual basis. But what is clear, the United Nations Environment Programme just released a report last night which says that adaptation costs in developing countries are exceeding around 215 billion US dollars per year. So there's a huge gap between what is required and what is available. If we then look at how do we disaggregate this money across continents, you realize that sub-Saharan Africa, as an example, is a destination of only 3% of global climate finance flows. And most, 80% of this money comes for adaptation, comes from the governments. So the private sector is not yet active in climate adaptation and resilience at scale and pace that is commensurate to the challenge. So some of you would ask, well, what is the role of the private sector in climate adaptation? If the private sector is actually failing to act on mitigation, what's the role of what's potential role of the private sector in climate adaptation? 3 roles. Internal adaptation, where climate proofing of their own internal operations and supply chains to address climate risks and ensure business continuity and profitability. If you are growing oranges and those oranges are affected by drought, you're out of business. So it is inherent upon the private sector to invest in their own adaptation. But at the same time, they can also finance adaptation by providing finance for others to implement or facilitate adaptation and resilience building programs. And third, the private sector can provide adaptation goods and services to others as a business on its own. So with this in mind, we thought of having this fireside chat to discuss how we can accelerate innovation and the role of private sector in adaptation. If we can transition to the video messages, please.
Greetings to all at the International Vienna Climate and Energy Forum. I'm Saliha Duparzik, and I lead the Innovation and Programming team at the Adaptation Fund. Although I'm unable to join you in person, I'm grateful for this opportunity to share a bit about our innovative efforts towards climate change adaptation. As a pioneer of direct access, the Adaptation Fund has been supporting over 150 projects in developing countries, mobilizing over $1 billion since 2010. When it comes to innovation, we understand that we must urgently find effective solutions to the challenges stemming from climate change. This is why innovation is one of the 3 pillars of our strategy and why we established the Adaptation Fund's Innovation Facility already in 2018. The Innovation Facility offers 3 funding windows: small grant funding, large project funding, and AFCIA small grants. By the way, AFCIA stands for Adaptation Fund Climate Innovation Accelerator. While the accredited entities of the fund have access to the small and large innovation funding windows, the AFCIA window opens the funding opportunity to a much wider group, including the private sector, innovators, local governments, social entrepreneurs, and other communities. The Adaptation Fund, together with UNDP and UNEP, CTCN, launched the AFCIA in late 2020, and we're excited about the recent additions of 2 new AFCIA partners, which is the World Food Programme and UNIDO. Currently, our innovation portfolio encompasses 9 small projects, 1 large project, and around 50 AFCIA grantees. Their efforts include developing new products and services in the communities impacted by climate change and co-creating holistic solutions together with the communities, academia, and the private sector. Moreover, I'd like to highlight the opportunity for scaling up innovative adaptation projects, especially from the small grants and AFSIA windows to the large project window of the Adaptation Fund. Any vulnerable sector is eligible for support. To conclude, the Adaptation Fund is ready to continue supporting the development and diffusion of innovative adaptation practices while encouraging risk-taking and linking to learning and sharing. Thank you, and I wish you a successful and inspiring session today.
Thank you so much. And if we can also swiftly shift to another video message from the Global Environment Facility that also finance adaptation projects and programs.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to join you in this important session. My name is Jason Spenceley, and I'm a senior specialist at the Global Environment Facility. As you may know, the GEF is a multilateral fund that serves multiple environmental conventions, as well as the Climate Change Convention. Through the Least Developed Countries Fund, each least developed country can access up to $20 million for their climate change priorities in our current 4-year period. And through the Special Climate Change Fund, small island developing states or SIDS that are not LDCs can also receive adaptation funds, and other developing countries can access resources for in the area of innovation, technology transfer, and private sector engagement. Innovation and private sector engagement is a key results area in our current 4-year strategy. Why? Why is this so important to us? Well, it's because of the scale and the urgency and the need to transform all sectors to greater climate resilience and adaptation, and the importance of using precious public resources to strategically blend and catalyze much larger scale transformation, and including through private sector engagement to support the most vulnerable in climate adaptation and resilience. We see a whole range of opportunities quickly developing in this space. There is a movement of investment funds and increasingly equity investment funds in climate adaptation and resilience-oriented businesses. Great potential and development in micro, small, and medium enterprise incubation and acceleration, driving for resilience and climate adaptation. Green banking, developing lines of credit and lending products to support at accessible terms in small-scale producers and local producers, driving to resilience and adaptation. Increasingly, bonds focused on climate adaptation and resilience benefits, including often with linkages related to debt restructuring. Insurance, insuring natural assets for physical climate risks, as well as increasingly natural assets for their benefits that they provide to climate resilience and adaptation of local vulnerable populations. The motivations for this innovation and private sector action is clear. First, it's about supply chain resilience. Second, it's about the opportunity to develop new and emerging climate resilience-oriented goods and services, including new and emerging technologies. And it's about investment opportunities. But we need to create the enabling conditions for this transformation, to focus and to catalyze greater investment and increasingly private sector action for vulnerable populations. We need to increasingly understand and promote and communicate the business cases for adaptation and resilience, and how that affects bottom lines. We need to move forward climate risk disclosure and reward resilience through credit rating scores and terms of loans and lending products. And we need to urgently remove perverse incentives, including incentives that destroy nature instead of using and supporting nature for the life-giving services they provide to humans. And we need to move quickly in this space. It's a fast-moving space. And this is why, one of the reasons why we're so glad to be working with UNIDO on learning about these innovative solutions, innovative financing solutions and private sector engagement, including through the Jeff Challenge program for adaptation innovation. The need for finance is huge, and so is the opportunity for investment in this space, if we're creative and if we're innovative, and if we're developing non-traditional partnerships across sectors to drive to the scale of adaptation finance we so urgently need. Thank you, and I wish you a good session.
Thank you so much. And since we've gone through the introduction and the video messages, let me also hand over to my co-moderator, Yvonne, to get us started on the discussions. Yvonne, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll also maybe briefly just introduce myself. I'm Yvonne Loco, and I am team lead of UNIDO's Agro-Innovation and Bioeconomy Unit. Briefly, I'll just mention the names and maybe brief introduction of our panelists. So right next to Alois, we have Alexis Aremia, who is from the Impact Hub Vienna. Indihovo, now I spelled it. Rafulu is from the National Cleaner Production Center in South Africa, but he also works a lot with other African governments through his involvement in the African Union. And then next to me, we have Aisha Rahim. She's a young CEO and doing a lot of interesting things on innovation. So I will kickstart right away with Aisha. So climate adaptation, in your because you are with Farms to You, which obviously you can see you work with farmers or you work on that space. So obviously, as we had in the introduction, climate adaptation and resilience are some of the factors that do affect the agricultural sector. So I would like to ask you, what are some of the most pressing climate change experiences that you have come across in your work and in your region, and how does your company sort of use innovation to address these challenges?
Sure. Thank you, Yvonne, and afternoon, everyone, on this gray day. So Farms to You is a supply chain company, and we're essentially working to enable more sustainable food systems. We do work with smallholder and emerging commercial farmers, but our core product is providing strategic sourcing for buyers. So these are buyers of raw, semi-processed, or processed agricultural produce. And the aim here is that buyers, being one of the biggest, in terms of power, biggest players in the food system ecosystem, ensuring that the procurement of products from the production level, so from farm to warehouse or to a processing facility, is traceable, evidencing sustainable procurement, but also ensuring that smallholder and emerging commercial farmers can get a better price for their production practices. To answer your question on some of the pressing problems of adaptation, or without even going into the specificity of the type of climate issues, just generalizing some of the challenges our farmers face, they're unable to adapt to the changing landscape in a way that ensures they maintain a livelihood. I will give an example to explain this problem. In Machakos, Kenya, East Africa, we have some farmers that were unable to farm for 8 months out of last year because of the extreme drought. So that's just the farmer. You might look at that in isolation and be, okay, just the farmers were affected, but that is an ecosystem challenge that had an impact on those farmers' families. So now I can't farm for 8 months. It means I have no income. So my standard of living has gone down. My kids are probably not going to be able to go to school. So there is now the risk of child labor, and there are a number of other social issues. Now that's just the nuclear family of that farmer. Scale that a bit further. We're in a community of market traders, carpenters, all these other businesses. Because farming, so Machacos is a farming community, the lifeblood of that community hasn't been able to be productive for 8 months. Now all those other people are also impacted, because if the farmers aren't generating income, how do they then generate income? So that's now another second level impact. People now start moving out of Machacos because I need to eat. Now that is now a risk of, okay, I can't even, so food security is now an issue for the greater Kenyan community, because if the folks that are meant to be feeding us are now saying, okay, I need to look for other alternative jobs to survive, there are so many layers to the challenges that these farmers face. How do we help? In that instance, it was the mitigation, or rather the adaptation that we were able to support with was restricted by capital challenges, because you can't replace the need for water. But what we have been able to do is collaborate with institutions that can help build a canal and help farmers be more proactive in an instance where that sort of issue revisits itself. But yeah, that's, I think, is the ability to adapt in a more dynamic and quick way is probably one of the biggest challenges that we are facing as a business.
Maybe we'll come back and talk a bit more of how your approach is. So you are in South Africa, and South Africa is seen as one industrialized country on the continent. So what would you say successful, sustainable practices in South Africa that are contributing to improved climate resilience?
Thanks. So South Africa has a unique push or pull factor towards either adaptation or mitigation, but for this purpose, towards adaptation, because industry in South Africa, though developed, was predominantly old and closed-loop systems because of the past of the country being a closed economy, not trading with others. So you have very old technology and industrial processes being used, and with the changes that has happened, there are several things that are informing our need to adapt and to mitigate. The first one is the legislative development in the country. The second reason is currently we are doing a lot to deal with electrical load shedding. We have a huge electrical capacity shortage in the country. So there's a huge new economic driver in independent power producers that is also coming up. So you have an opportunity to influence how that happens with adaptation in mind. The third reason is that we do have a lot of the large multinational industries that are doing business in the country. So for market access purposes, for issues of standards and innovation, we're beginning to see a lot of technology transfer and localization, which is influenced through research and development and innovation. That way, we're beginning to influence how things are done. Now, if I use an example of majority of these industrial parks are located somewhere in the middle of nowhere, predominantly low to middle LSM residential area. The parks are a hub of efficient, effective municipal services or systems, but the community around, if it's poor, they don't even have access to those quality services. So what you're beginning to do is within the country itself, which is amazing, you start classifying different economic zones and see how those zones influences spatial development where they are, but how that development is informed by the need to adapt and be agile to the many changes that are going on. A month ago, by the way, we almost think it's our expression of a tsunami. So the Atlantic Ocean decided it's going to visit the community, and they flooded industrial areas, they flooded communities, and you are able to use those events to say to industry, unless we become agile, resilient, and put up investments that allows for you to not only look after your assets, but get the community around to help you look after these assets. So in the past, you may stay next to those industrial parks, but you're not allowed to participate or be part of those parks. Now we bring the community and get them involved. If in the park there's a medical center, that medical center is now open for the community. If there's a school, the community gets involved. So you get buy-in from the community, you get support to industry to continue doing business in that community. So we have a unique environment where, because of the transformation nature of the country, we are able to see the process of adaptation becoming a socio-economic driver for change, and also building new skill sets in the country, and also influencing how the country becomes becoming a center for change for the continent that we are located in, and the work that we are doing. So the trade that needs to be stimulated in the country needs to also inform how we trade with our sister countries in the continent.
Great. So very interesting. I think in the next round, I would prompt you a bit more on the industrial parks and how it can actually be viewed in the case of the agricultural sector, because in some of the sessions yesterday, for instance, we brought up the issue of the agro-industrial park. So I'll just hold that thought for me. Alexis, so Impact Hub Vienna fosters innovation to address climate adaptation and resilience. Could you share some of the success examples that you have?
Thank you. Our main goal is actually reducing CO2 emissions. So it's not necessarily focused on adaptation. It has a focus on climate neutrality. And it's aiming to create multi-stakeholder communities around missions, critical. So how do we ensure that that the whole system continuously collaborates in order to solve the challenges? If you take, for example, the exit of gas from Vienna. So Vienna has an aim to take out all the heating system that is based on gas. You understand that that kind of challenge has multiple actors that need to align the state in itself. The city of Vienna cannot on its own do that. You need the owners of the buildings, you need the insurance companies, you need the people living in the building, you need the Vienna Energy, the energy company. How do we create continuous spaces for that dialogue, for that learning, for that conversation, that prototyping? Where do entrepreneurs come in? How do these entrepreneurs manage from a very early stage to work with the system, to be able to prototype, to be able to create proof of concept for their solutions? How do these solutions get implemented, get adapted in a fast pace? We believe that the only way is by working together, by having a space and processes where that kind of collaboration is not a one-time, it is a continuous process. And if we move to adaptation, as adaptation per se, it's also a process. This whole plug-and play mentality of taking innovation, plugging it in, and solving the challenges. I think we need to challenge and think about how do we create these kind of spaces, communities, groups, clusters, mission-oriented, that can, on different local level, continuously learn, implement, and find solutions, transforming the systems that they aim to transform.
Thank you. So I think you touched a bit on sort of the next topic I wanted to talk about, which was on collaborations and a cross-sector approach. So can I pose this to you, Aisha? How does your because when you were talking about the Kenya example, for instance, that's a big issue. So how does your company collaborate with other actors to speed up uptake of solutions and products that you provide for climate change and adaptation?
Sure. So I think, so the journey at Farmsy actually started by working with the farmers, smallholder and emerging commercial farmers. And we just realized that focusing purely on them doesn't drive that change, because in terms of, you look at a stakeholder metrics, they have low power, and they also have high risk. And this really drove the need to essentially evolve our product to be an enterprise product focused on buyers, because buyers who are large institutions like your Parry Galberts that buys cocoa, they have a huge role to play in transforming the cocoa value chain to becoming more sustainable. So to answer the question of how we approach partnerships and collaboration, for instance, with Machakos, we work with the Nature Conservancy, one of the largest non-governmental agencies working on better use of land, so land conservation, ocean conservation. And they helped us so they provided a grant that helped us with providing regenerative practices that could be adopted by those farmers through training, and also giving those farmers access to North American ingredient companies that could have, that paid a premium for the products. So that's a way through which partnerships help. You'd know that, so the Nature Conservancy had the social capital for us to access corporates that could buy the farmer's product. So that's one important stakeholder, but also capital, because you do need capital to do these activities. Also because adaptation practices are more expensive. As a farmer, I would prefer to do, just thinking about it from a purely economic point of view, I would prefer to do non-organic, because non-organic is cheaper. You buy your chemical, you spray the floor, you're done. Whereas when you have to adopt regenerative practices, organic practices, you have to go through this license, you have to do this, you have to do that. If you don't adopt by certain standards, the organic company can actually reject your produce, thereby putting your entire production cycle at waste, at a loss. So I think it's important to have corporates, definitely financiers, and also being able to engage with folks that are experts in this space. So like UNIDO's Food System Group, to essentially adopt practices that are localized for those areas. To Alexis's point of plug and play, the Global South, Sub-Saharan Africa, I can definitely speak for Nigeria and Kenya, we farm very differently from how farming is done in Europe, for instance, where you have hundreds of acres of land with big tractors, massive spraying, which we've seen has a negative impact on the climate, whereas the smallholder farmers working in very, very small space. So you cannot take a solution from that practice to bring locally. So building that localized support. But economically, it's more expensive to be a smallholder farmer, because you lack the economies of scale and economies of scope that those larger farmers have. And it's about transforming that. To transform that, you need to have the buyers who are buying the products first of all, so that they can prioritize regeneratively grown produce, sustainably grown produce, which is from smallholder and emerging commercial farmers. You also have to prioritize, engagement with policymakers to make sure that, okay, if you're actually multinational, for instance, in Nigeria or in Kenya, how are you ensuring value addition for local value chain? Are you importing? Because you still have those practices of certain companies saying, you know what, it's too hard for me to try and fix this local issue, I'm just going to import, which thereby puts those local practices, even at an increased risk. So those are some of the stakeholders we work with, and it's an ongoing process where you have to keep, as more problems seem to be coming up every day, you have to continue being dynamic in how you approach that.
Okay, I mean, you touched on very interesting points, financing. I think we are going to come to that in a minute. And then you also talked about economy of scales for the smallholder farmers. So now I'm coming back to you, Diviho, about this issue I was talking about, agro-industrial parks. So industrial parks generally are seen to be a villain when it comes to environmental footprint. Now in Africa and many parts of developing countries are asking more and more for agro-industrial parks. I mean, COVID hit us, then we couldn't have food. So now everyone says, I need to have my food home. I need to have my products home. So bearing in mind that industrial parks are seen to have this huge environmental footprint, and then there is now more and more a demand for it, particularly those specialized in agro-foods, which are then connected and linked through satellites or mini collection centers or service points that then link the farmers to the agro-industries that would be, or food industries that would be in their park. How do you see cross-sector collaborations in climate adaptation and resilience efforts that are significant initiatives or strategies you've seen in South Africa with respect to industrial parks? Yeah.
Thanks. So we've seen two or three things happening. So we experimenting. Well, it's no longer an experiment, really. We're doing a project, eco-industrial park project, and the aim is to convert about 500 government-owned parks. So there are about 8,600 industrial parks in the country, and 500 of those are owned by government. The rest is private sector. So the concept on its own of eco-industrial parks mimics your ability to look at a park as a system theory kind of thing. But also what government has done is introduce, for example, tax law. So we have a carbon tax, and one way of managing your carbon tax responsibility would be to invest in the local community, and the best way to do that is through agricultural farming and agricultural processing, which then brings the local farmers, substantial farmers, not commercial ones, into participation, and you also processing their product. And unlike perhaps what she refers to, in our case, we predominantly GMO farming communities. I don't think we still have organic seeds, for that matter. Because of the past of the country, we were so closed. There's a lot of GMO processes that were happening, not even without the multinational GMO companies on our own as a country. So we get the parks engaging these local farmers, creating a processing facility for them, but also creating market access opportunities for them, to a point where most of the large retailers even create shelves for small-scale farmers that comes from these programs. There's a model that you use in UNIDO, the Global Clean Tech model, that we are now adopting to use that for two things. One, for establishing or recognizing these small farmers, incubating them into sustainable businesses, but helping them access market and providing administrative capacity for them to be able to focus in what they're good at and support their ability from an admin point of view to succeed or survive, and then get, with the carbon tax, you have incentive schemes, both from the Ministry of Trade, from a finance ministry, and also from the agricultural ministry. They have incentive schemes that they are able to access and use to to facilitate adaptation and also innovation in the process.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that is a lot of interesting things we could talk about, but we'll come back to you, Alexis, in a minute. I'm going to hand over to Alois to maybe prompt a bit on this financing aspect, because it's also quite interesting that we need to cover these things.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. And I mean, we are now left with only 15 minutes, so this is going to be a fire drill kind of approach, if you don't mind. Aisha, I mean, always a pleasure. I mean, meeting you and your business where you are. What kind of, I mean, from an innovation perspective, where is your business? What kind of finance do you require to scale up your business? And what are the issues that you're facing in that regard?
Sure. So where is our business? We're currently working with 30,000 farmers across Nigeria and Kenya. We work with these farmers through a cluster framework that leverages the aggregator network, because aggregators, often known as middlemen as well, exist for the pure reason that buyers don't want to talk to 30,000 farmers. And we use these aggregators to structure our farmers. This is something that we've been developing over the last few years. Our operations in Nigeria started in 2020, and in Kenya started in 2021 through a UNDP project. We also support farmers in procurement, in selling their products to high-value buyers. We're currently averaging 100 tons. Our aim is to get to 1,000 tons monthly in terms of trade volumes by Q1 next year, and probably close at 100,000 tons. So that's the amount of produce that our farmers are able to sell through the platform. Similar to the 30K farmers that we're working with, the aim is to increase that to 100K by next year. How do we do that? We certainly need capital. But not just any capital, we need patient capital, because this is adaptation. This is not an e-commerce business or a fintech business. This is a business that requires time to convert the impacts that you're seeing into commercial value. So not just any type of investor matters. So we did get funding from Techstars, a global accelerator US company. We've also received investment from Catalyst Fund, one of the VCs that you've worked with, which has a unique venture building that combines with capital, because capital is not the only thing you need. We need access to corporates so that we can actually get people that are working with our farmers. But yeah, I think definitely a capital need, but one of the things that we're actually looking at is, do we want VC capital? Because the current VC model typically requires a turnaround within 10 years. And then you have those investors saying to Aisha that I don't care about these impact metrics, I need commercial metrics. And that's what happens behind closed doors. So you have to be very, very cognizant of who you're putting on your cap table, because that could dilute the impact that you're working on. So I find myself in a tricky position right now, because I am being very cautious that which VCs are actually aligned to these impact stories. Of course, we're lucky to have gotten Catalyst Fund, but in the interim, we do need support in terms of grants and other folks that actually understand this climate story, because as we've seen from previous COPs and what happened, a lot of this dialogue sometimes is just PR, and as an entrepreneur, that's a challenge for me, because I am seeing the real issues, and I just need people that are serious to take my time, and nobody else.
Thank you so much, Aisha. So in a way, we need to educate the financing sector so that they can actually able to factor in the adaptation metrics into their models. I'll come to you, Ndivu. Alexis, I mean, in your Impact Hub, how are you enabling connectivity or connective tissue between the SMEs that you support with the impact investors? 3 lines, sorry.
So on one side, that has to be done continuously, right? So you need to foster a community of investors alongside your startups. On the other side, as was mentioned before as well, we need to engage. We as Impact Hub, as well as the startups, we engage with the financing institutions, like for example, Erste Bank, in developing new funding mechanisms. One which is called quasi-equity, that we've been able to support Erste Bank in prototyping it alongside Central Eastern Europe in the last years, but which also comes with costs. Of course, some of these financial institutions have their own barriers in creating these products. And here, European Union has been one of the enablers that supported this prototyping process. So I think back to my key point and key message, collaboration, continuous collaboration is needed in order to find the best solutions for respective target groups.
Thank you, thank you. Before the question on financing, as someone who has worked in South Africa on so many projects, I'm always impressed by the various financing initiatives, be it DTI, TIA, that are available in the ecosystems, in the South African ecosystem. So the question there is, what strategies, I think from an NCPC perspective, but also from an adaptation SMEs, what strategies do we need to put in place so that we can support these SMEs to access this funding, or is it the appropriate funding for SMEs in the case of South Africa?
Not really. So we have a project called Green Finance, and the aim is to help handhold small enterprises, micro enterprises, help them develop bankable business plans or business cases, and we also then handhold them in accessing those and managing those funds. So the cost of accessing the funds is high, but the cost of managing those funds is also high. So they do need support. But government, through the DTIC and the revenue, tax revenue, have developed incentive programs which gives grant as co-financing for these SMEs to be able to access that cheaper and use them in a more reliable manner. So that has helped a lot. So in the work we do, when we identify the need, we also then help with the accessing of those resources.
Thank you so much, Nivo. We have 7 minutes left. We are able to entertain questions. Any questions from the audience? Yes, sir.
He doesn't have a mic.
Good afternoon, Edgar Cruz, climate finance consultant. Some months ago, I conducted a survey with Central American business associations, and one of the striking answers was that 90% of the business associations on Central American countries reported financial losses due to climate impacts. Based on that, I also, part of the questionnaire said, okay, but what are you doing, no? So only like half of them, of the business association, reported that their members, the companies, are working on adaptation, basically mitigation measures, no? The solar panels, this kind of measures. And the other question is, okay, what type of capacities are you building for dealing with this? And let's say only like 20% of the business association reported, yeah, we have some like technical support for our members on climate change issues. So with those findings, and perhaps with the experience that we have heard from the panelists, is how to engage on terms on capacity, or really to have a clear understanding on what is adaptation, on how to engage, what is the end game, because I cannot come with more and more requirements to businesses to say you have to change, you have to but they have many things to attend to. What is the end and came here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A second or third question, then we wrap it up. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Michael, working for UNICEF with the innovation team. I'd like to address the private investment and also what Aisha said. We're talking to a lot of organizations that are looking for blended finance opportunities to work in the social sector, entrepreneurial sector, social franchises. And it feels like all of them are looking for this holy grail to attract private investment. We're using the term leveraging public funds with private investment a lot. And it feels like it's somehow in vain, because it feels like the only metric that counts for private sector is a return of investment. While they might use this wonderful, I don't know, name sign of impact investors, at the end it's all about capital return of investment. And I just wanted to gauge your opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question, going once, twice, thrice, done. Colleagues, very interesting questions on the business associations and what capacity we need, but also issue of blended finance. Any takers, Alex?
So one point to what the Central America study question was. I think in my view, one point on creating resilience and like building capacity, which we might want to take a closer look at, because a lot of capacity building is going into individual capacity building, capacity, hand holding and trying to make that enterprise sustainable versus collective resilience, collective capacity building. How do we build the capacity, strengthen the resilience of the whole system, of the farmers all together versus only that particular one which now is able to do, let's say, more with his own capacities. To the return on investment, I think the return on investment per se, in my view, it's not something bad. You want to have a return on what you have invested in. The maximization and the whole, like Aisha was saying, the venture capital model where you're looking for 10 times the investment and the huge rates. I think this is the issue. The fact of looking for return on investment is not per se bad. I think the second point is where they are looking at is risk. And especially if we are looking at like what we are talking here, we are mainly talking about risks, and risks particularly in Africa, in developing countries, are assessed at a very high level, and for some reason, we don't manage as a business society to look and rethink these risk measures, to the point where I'm thinking, how can we actually get together and just hack it? What can we do so that we de-risk that farmers? How can we build innovative, really hacking models, looking at how does the bank, how do these investors look at risk and assess it, and how can we really hack it, build in different things that we can reduce that risk, and that by reducing that risk, then you're driving investments up because the risk profile of things that were not investable before is being reduced. So we can start that hack soon if you want.
Thank you. And if we want to, two sentences. Sorry.
The CSIR and the University of Cape Town at an early age developed for us a climate risk and vulnerability decision-making tool. And the idea was that don't use only the financial bottom line as a way of deciding on the success or failures of a project. So there are other factors. Of course, you need money because you need to have return on money, financial terms, because you need to reinvest that. But the tool allows us to look at other critical factors as a way of measuring success and also the ability to pay back the loan or the debt. So that has helped us a lot. training and skills development is a multilateral and very complex process. So in our green financing model, the training involves both the financial sector, the farmers themselves, and government. There was an incident where we did very well with the farmers and the banks, and the government came and says, in terms of Act what and this should happen. And then we realize you can't succeed in training if you don't bring all the stakeholders into the room.
Mm-hmm. To wind down the discussion, my sister Aisha, over to you.
Yeah, interesting point on ROI question. I think Alexis briefly touched on this. I think it's a case of, so yes, you can look at the profit, but there is also a cost. We need to start associating the costs of climate in the financial statements of, so you have your statement of profit and loss and your cash flow. There is an impact of the climate cost, and I think having a model around that is very important. And this is why I'm in some working groups to start driving those conversations. Working groups like Gary that has financiers and other corporates in there, and I think that is really what is going to change the conversation. Because if you're just looking at the profit line and you don't see that minus line, it starts to crowd the conversation. And it also touches into the Central American reports, because those companies, they're shrinking, and it's because they don't have sufficient, I mean, I wouldn't say solely because, but the lack of adaptation is also part of that. But that is a cost that is, you can't see it in black and white. So I think if you start to see it in black and white, perhaps that can start accelerating the conversations, which is why folks like UNIDO and the Jeff are very important in driving that conversation on a higher level.
What's get measured, get managed. Thank you. In terms of conclusion, I'll just give some brief points from my side, and I've hand over to my sister Yvonne to do the official closure. Yes. I mean, in Africa, everyone is my sister. Thank you so much for this conversation. What I want to say is that we've just started the discussion on adaptation, and we are just at the beginning. If you look at this conference, I think we only have one event on adaptation. It is telling. But what is also important is that we are starting to have this conversation. And I want also to mention that as UNIDO, we are quite engaged in this space, and we are developing tools and methodologies to identify a lot of issues, and also to ensure that we connect the private sector to investors and SMEs. At COP28, we are going to launch a project on knowledge management and learning on adaptation, and I invite you to be part of these 3 communities of practice, of communities of learning that we are going to work on. The first one is on incubation and acceleration. What we need in our incubators and accelerators so that they're able to unlock the adaptation companies at scale and pace that is commensurate with the challenge. The second issue is on financing. What kind of financing? Do we need to talk to the banks? What kind of innovations that is required on financing? Then I think the last community of practice is about metrics and impact measurement. It is key to inform the financing and decision makers. It has been a pleasure facilitating this panel, and I thank you and hand over to my sister Yvonne.
Thank you very much, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen panelists, my co-hosts. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if we could actually steal 5 minutes as we leave. I mean, we'll be able to interact with the panelists as we leave. But there was an interesting video we had. Can we steal 5 minutes? We'll be leaving, but you can just feast your eyes on the experience of the private sector. But then the party's over. But yeah, you can have something, if it's possible.
On my last trip to Paris, I discovered a coffee that I absolutely fell in love with. But little did I know that that coffee comes all the way from India.
very good coffee, and it's cultivated by Adivasi farmers, which and the whole coffee changed their life over the last 15 years. So it's amazing.
Oh, wow. You like it?
Yes.
What we did is went to that region and found that the British was growing coffee there from 1900 and the Adivasis had nothing to do with it. But as we spoke, we felt that what they needed was from being untouched into this nature and the coffee estate, they wanted this coffee to be their legacy. So we said, why don't we get these Adivasis to create world-class coffee so that it transforms them economically, but also changes the entire region into an ecological wonderland.
Here we trained our people only harvest selective cherry to take it to the final selected cherries into our processing.
అంటే మాకి నాంది తరపు నుంచి సర్వేరింగ్ చేశారు సార్. తర్వాత మా ఆయనకి అక్కడ బెంగళూరులో ట్రైనింగ్కి తీసుకెళ్ళారు సార్. ట్రైనింగ్లో తీసుకెళ్ళారు. అప్పటి నుంచి అక్కడ నుంచి నేర్చుకొని అలాంటి పని మేము కూడా చేస్తే బాగా పైకి వస్తాము అనేసి అది మొదలు పెట్టాం సార్.
Women play a very active role right from the farm management to pest control and to harvesting.
Oh my God, I love this coffee even more right now. So there are like women in the fields with the process of growing and further, or just the farming? Oh wow.
No, and including they reap the economic benefits of the produce as well.
సంవత్సరంకి ఇంకా వలసలు పండితే 10,000 15,000 అంతే అదే వస్తుంది సంవత్సరానికి.
కాఫీ వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు
కాఫీ వచ్చిన తర్వాత సంవత్సరంకి ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి 1,50,000 1,50,000 వస్తుంది.
What? I also want to work. I'm going to work with her in the field.
The coffee that's grown by Adivasis in the Araku Valley, who, originally, of course, were living off the forest. Now they have a livelihood. Now they have an income stream. Their children are going to school. I think this story resonates with the consumers. So the coffee is, of course, very good quality, but there is a story behind the coffee. The Adivasis were also, rewarded, incentivized, and they are also made to feel proud of what they have been able to achieve. The competition, the Gems of Araku, indeed helps us in actually getting this message across to the Adivasis.
How much coffee fruit is in here?
Per day, it can be 1,000 kilograms, or it can be more than 10,000 kilograms.
I'm sorry, did you say per day?
Per day, yes.
When you go out to deliver the best in the world of anything,
yes,
there's no shortage of demand.
Yes.
The best brands in the world are nothing but an accumulation of stories,
yes,
as I've said very often.
Yeah.
And Araku had a wonderful story.
Yeah.
So when you drink that coffee,
yeah,
we are not asking you to compromise on your requirements for good taste.
Yes.
But when you sip it,
yeah,
there's an extra something you get.
Yeah, wonderful.
So once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is a face of what we're talking about. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy your coffee. I'm not sure you get that brand of coffee, but you get something good. Thank you.
All right, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us and making it out on time after the lunch. Welcome to this wonderful occasion. It's a distinct honor for me, as on behalf of Global OTEC, to address you and to extend our thanks to our good partners and our colleagues under this public-private partnership and under the banner of the Global Ocean Energy Alliance, the GLOEA, with SIDSTOC and the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and significantly, the government of São Tomé and Príncipe, which has been the driving force. I also have the honor to recognize His Excellency, Mr. Adelino Cardoso, Minister for the Ministry of Public Works, Infrastructure, Natural Resources, and Environment, who unfortunately could not be here with us today. Along with his ministry, he has been leading the development of the project to bring home Dominique to São Tomé and Príncipe. We also would like to acknowledge UNIDO for their strong support of this project and for co-hosting this event at the magical and energetic city of Vienna, which is the world's energy hub, hosted by one of SIDSTOC's most valuable partners, the government of Austria. In November 2021, as we were emerging from the COVID-19 pandemic, our first in-person engagement occurred on the margins of COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland, where São Tomé and Príncipe opened up the ocean energy frontier, heralding that small island developing states would become the major stewards for the development and deployment of ocean energy technologies. Our partners recognize the deep desire and decades of requests from small island developing states and coastal nations for an ocean thermal energy conversion project. OTEC is a well-documented technology which has seen pilot and demonstration projects over the last 10 years to de-risk its implementation and operations. To quote the world's premier energy authority, the International Energy Agency, 10 megawatts of floating OTEC is technically achievable today. Now, the year 2022 was a groundbreaking year for the introduction of OTEC, when the global OTEC team was invited to accompany the SIDSTOC Secretariat for the first mission to São Tomé and Príncipe. Here we consulted with the government, the people, and directly engaged in discussions with blue economy stakeholders at every level, especially young people. We also undertook field studies, which confirmed that São Tomé and Príncipe has the most optimum conditions in the world for this technology. We also confirmed that the country indeed has the technical capacity to co-develop the project, and as the project expands, so will the country's capacity. Now, we're excited to present, for the first time, our latest updated concepts, which further brings Dominique to life. This is the next generation commercial scale OTEC floating platform, destined for São Tomé and Príncipe. The consultations and discussions that we held in April 2022 with the people of São Tomé and Príncipe played a major role in what Dominique would look like. Her sleek, elegant, and adaptable design is destined for other small island states and coastal nations. And this design is in line with international standards, with Lloyd's Register providing an approval in principle certificate, confirming that this offshore technology has no technical showstoppers. São Tomé and Príncipe and its partners are committed to deploying Dominique. As we all know, she is a life-changing technology for small island developing states and coastal nations. And that's why we see the pace of this project on track for success. And there is an important lesson that we want to share with investors as this public-private partnership is what has ensured the smooth undertaking of the project, the critical techno-economic studies, environment, social perspectives, has progressed to that point today. Now, this afternoon, we're going to hear from a panel of experts who are uniquely placed to speak about this project, but also other OTEC advancements happening around the world. SIDS are facing a funding gap. So is ocean energy. SIDS are large ocean states, and Sustainable Development Goal 14, conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development, life below water, is an important SDG for SIDS. Yet I have it that funding allocations to SDG 14 globally remain lower than for any other SDG, and there are 17. The corresponding indicators show that most nations have made little progress, which can be related to a lack of capacity, funding, and commitment. Now, in this context, small island developing states are highly vulnerable and would benefit greatly from a blue economy with a paradigm shift towards ocean energy as the most SIDS appropriate technology. OTEC holds great promise as it is viable in all small island developing states and would provide great additionality for decarbonizing the 10 gigawatts of installed diesel capacity in operation today, which needs to be replaced across SIDSDOC's 32 countries in the next decade. Ladies and gentlemen, under the blue ocean economy, ocean energy can reduce tropical islands and coastal nations' costs, generate employment, reduce trade imbalances, and help to build their resilience as they face ongoing challenges from climate change. It's not just us talking about this. This is being recognized through increased inclusion in government energy policies, not just on small islands, but on large coastal nations. Sao Tome and Principe has done all of the right things. And with the country's enabling environment, now is the time for development partners to step up. Support Sao Tome and Principe and further catalyze this project from pre-feasibility to financial close. The next critical step is a seabed survey, followed by the detailed design, construction, and installation. Or as we say at Global OTEC, steel in the water, electrons in the grid. How can you support? Now, as we move to our panel discussion, I would encourage you to share your thoughts. Provoke us with your questions. We truly value your insights, opinions, and recommendations. We want you to be inspired by this project team's great work, a demonstration of a true public-private partnership that is a comfort to investors and an example for replication worldwide. We hope that this brief video brings you some inspiration on that journey. Thank you.
Generating electricity is very difficult when you're an island. You either have to import expensive diesel fuels across the world, lay solar panels all over your precious land, or rely on windy days to power wind farms. Over 600 million people living on tropical islands around the globe need electricity to power their houses, businesses, schools, and hospitals. High prices, interruptions, delays, and dirty fossil fuels with tons of CO2 emissions are part of the day-to-day of island people when it comes to their power generation. Islands are in a really tricky position, as global pandemics, recessions, or countries at war can cause their energy prices to go from painfully high to completely unaffordable. But there is a solution: OTEC. During an average day, the 60 million square kilometres on the surface of the tropical area of the ocean absorb 1 quadrillion megajoules of solar energy. To release the same amount of energy through fossil fuels, you'd need to burn 170 billion barrels of oil. Instead of importing fossil fuels, you can extract the heat from the warm seawater surrounding your island to boil a refrigerant which can then run a generator. The deep cold water is then used to cool down the process, which runs continuously. That's how you generate electricity. With OTEC, you can generate clean energy 24/7 all year round right on your doorstep. This isn't a modern idea, and there have been some extraordinary projects which have proven the concept. So what's new? Heat exchangers, which transfer heat from one fluid to another, have gotten smaller and more efficient. There have been advancements in working at sea too. We can now build plants on small platforms which can be mass-produced at scale to meet any island's demand. These platforms are insulated to stop any noise or vibrations disturbing the marine life's peace, and several demonstrations have shown they are too small to enter the pipe's intake, but we put screens there just to be safe. And the platforms are positioned at a fair distance from the land, so the beautiful landscapes of the islands is not affected. Now what about Mother Nature? Storms cause billions of damage to islands, and the longer their power is out, the faster these costs multiply. Thankfully, we can design platforms to survive all types of weather conditions, even tropical storms. OTEC can be more reliable, more affordable and cleaner. And that's huge, considering there are over 100 territories in the world that have easy access to OTEC waters and are in need of alternatives to generating baseload power. With OTEC, they can save billions with zero CO2 emissions by simply tapping into a giant solar heat battery. So now, the question is no longer, how do we power our islands? Rather, how much power do we want?
I'd like to extend thanks to Ed Gillespie, one of the Greenpeace directors who lent his voice to that video. Now I'd like to introduce our moderator for this panel, industrial development expert and coordinator of the GenSec program at UNIDO. Please put your hands together for Martin Lugmeyer.
Thank you very much. It's very difficult to speak after such inspiring speech by you and the video also, but I will try to do my best. So thank you very much. I'm the moderator of this very important side event where we're trying to discuss about the nexus between the green economy and the blue economy. There's a very strong nexus we are having, but as also the entire issue of ocean energy, it does not get really the attention it should have, basically. Like my colleague Dan already said, this side event is organized jointly by SITSTOC, by Global OTEC, by the government of Sao Tome and Principe. We have the director here from Sao Tome. And UNIDO, it's a joint event, and basically it's also organized under a Global Environment Facility and Green Climate Fund financed projects, which we are implementing in Sao Tome and Principe. And part of this project was that we develop a national renewable energy action plan for the country, which developed the first time, because the island is dependent on diesel generation, a plan for the next 30 years to include renewable energy sources. So this plan includes concrete projects, and there are projects related to solar, there are projects related to run-of-river hydropower, and the remaining part of the base load, where we will still have diesel generation, OTEC comes as a base load generation into the picture, basically. With that, I would like just to go into a short presentation before we go into the moderating the discussion, to introduce you a bit to the Global Ocean Energy Alliance, which we are leading together with SITSTOC, the Small Island Sustainable Energy and Climate Resilience Organization. We have also the Secretary General here, Mr. El Binga. Maybe you briefly stand up also, El, to present yourself. If you have questions regarding the SITS, the small island states, he is the right person to contact. And we launched this initiative really because that there's too less attention on the oceans. There's too less attention on the oceans with regard to economic development, but also regarding climate change. So like Dan was already referring to at the COP26 and the UN Ocean Conference, which took place last year in Lisbon, it was the first time really that there was acknowledged that the ocean is the biggest carbon sink of the planet. So 60% of the carbon is stored in the oceans. 50% of the oxygen is produced by the life down in the oceans. If we don't have a functioning ocean anymore, and it's not anymore the sink, we cannot achieve our climate targets. That was the clear, strong message at COP26. And green action and climate action must also not have the color green, it must be also blue. Because also the ecosystem, the blue ecosystem is providing many services to the economy, for social development and also environmental benefits. So now, just because I'm working for UNIDO, the Industrial Development Organization, the blue economy is one of the fastest growing industries you can imagine. The growth rates we have in the blue industry, they are so high, not any other sector can achieve that. And we say, by 2013, we will reach 3 trillion of global economic added value, which this industry will produce. So we have to see that also in that context, how important also the blue economy is for coastal countries and also in the global south. If you want to develop, you need to tap into your exclusive external zones. But what we're having currently a situation like the UN Secretary General at the UN Ocean Conference declared, we have an ocean emergency. So the oceans are very much under threat and they cannot stay and remain the carbon sink of the world, basically, in case we continue like this. So now many countries start with merging the blue economy concepts with the green economy concepts and gradually becoming there that climate action is blue and green. And in this context, ocean energy has a very, very important role to play. But this is not acknowledged. We have also several representatives here from the private sector of the ocean energy industry. Currently, it's not acknowledged. We're facing a big challenge here. And it's the forgotten renewable energy source. Also, if you will search for some publications, even of international organizations, it's not there. Now you will see very few publications on that. So we have to change that. And we are also getting a lot of traction, let's say, from the SIDS, from the small island states. This initiative of the Global Ocean Energy Alliance is supported mainly by small island developing states. Just recently in the Pacific, the ministers of 22 Pacific Island countries, they asked us, SIDSTOC, the SPC, the Pacific community, to develop a big and roll out an ocean energy program under this alliance. Maybe to the next slide, I have it myself. Just briefly, we're not just talking about OTEC. OTEC has an important role to play, but we are talking about many ocean energy technologies. So we're talking about the traditional ones, using the ocean resources like wave, tidal, OTEC, salinity gradients, seawater air conditioning. But we're talking also about marine algae and the new emerging field of let's say, of biotechnologies also, where many SIDS can also benefit, like countries like Barbados are already looking into that. But we're looking also about using marine space, offshore wind, floating PV, hybrid locations, and then not to forget the renewable energies which will serve the blue industry of shipping, ports, fishery, emerging fields like biotechnologies, as I said already, marine surveillance. Here also comes into picture the digital revolution and the fourth industrial revolution and the new digital application you will have for the blue industry. And this application needs to be powered, and you need a stable power supply for that. And there's just some advantage of ocean energy is that partly they can provide more stable and baseload capacities like OTEC, for example. So we have to look into these issues. Why we have to look into ocean energy? We have to look because many ocean energy technologies are now in the process of being rolled out, industrial rollout. Many of you know this deployment deployment ladder from research development. And many of the technologies reach now the break even. In the next 10 years, there will be industrial rollout. That means particularly the Global South needs to look now at these opportunities that they can also benefit in time. And so we see that most of those technologies will reach a technology readiness that they can be rolled out on commercial basis, but it depends on the technology. I will not go into detail here. We also see that the LCO is going down significantly, and there are projections that it goes down to 10 to 15 cents per kilowatt hour. Basically, you're very competitive. You're competitive already today under conditions like the small islands where you compete with diesel base load. And you will be also competitive in other countries very, very soon. Let's just say where you have lower energy costs. And we have the situation that I just talked today to the wave, for the wave, some representative of the wave industry. They need a platform to go to the Global South. It just does not exist. The industry has so much interest to test the applications, to go there, to demonstrate it's feasible, viable, but they don't have a platform to go. The associations, I was told, also in Europe or something, they are just focused on Europe. They don't look at the Global South as a potential market. On the other hand, we have the small island states, and we have coastal developing countries. We want to look into this technology, no? We want to be part of that revolution and transformation, but there is no platform. So this is the reason why Sitstock created this platform now through the Global Ocean Energy Alliance, and we are supporting them here from UNIDO's side. So basically what we need is, what we want to do is with this Global Ocean Alliance, create a platform between the industry and the science, which is mainly in the global north, you have to say, with the interest of the SITs or coastal communities in the Global South, and then connect it to finance, because here we had a major issue. Most of the funding currently available is dominated for the global, is research and development money first, and it's dominated for the global north. It's Europe, it's US, it's Japan, it's the industrialized countries. There's no funding instrument in bringing financing and testing what the industry wants to do in the Global South. Even the climate instrument, we're having a big discussion currently also in the context of the OTEC project in Sao Tome, which of the financing instruments could de-risk, help us to de-risk the investment in Sao Tome. So basically we have now a situation that we have venture capitalists which invest in this project, but we are facing challenges that those institutions which were created to de-risk, they say to us, but this was not demonstrated. We say it was demonstrated. It was demonstrated in the industrialized countries. It's operating already since many years there. So we are facing this challenge currently, and we want to bridge that and advocate for these new technologies, because we need to do it. So the GLOA Secretariat is located at Sitstock in Belize, and we help also to roll out this alliance through our global network of regional sustainable energy centers. Over the past 10 years, we created renewable energy and energy efficiency promotion centers entirely in the Global South. And these centers are the official agencies of the economic communities. So together with them, we will try to roll out this ocean energy program and then see to create economies of scale, South-South and triangular cooperation, joint learning together with the industry. I will not go into detail of benefit because we have to proceed, but there are many benefits. I think Dan already tapped on some of them. I would like to thank you for your attention to this presentation, and now I would like to turn to our distinguished speakers. First, Mr. Gabriel Makengo. Maybe you come just up. He is the Director of Energy in Sao Tome and Principe, a small island in Central Africa. We have Benjamin Martin. He is the Secretary General of the Ocean Thermal Energy Association. He is not here with us, but he is here by online means in Japan, where he is also operating an OTEC plant in Japan with many end users since many years. Then we have Mr. Peter McCall. He is a venture capitalist, a lot of experience with venture capital, with business angels, and so on. He is supporting Global OTEC in this adventure, exciting adventure. He will tell us why he invests, why he takes the risks, but some financing instruments don't take the risk at that moment, which were created for doing so. Then we have Mrs. Christine Neves-Duncan. It's a special honor to have you here. From Jamaica, and original Cabo Verde, let's say, yeah. And Christine is the project director with Sitstock together, and she's also heading the I1, the gender initiative of the Islands. Then we have also online Mr. Shao Almeida. Yeah, he's here with us. He's with Aqualogos, so basically he is contracted from our side to do the environmental and social impact assessment for this OTEC plant. And then, you know already, Mr. Dan Gregg. So with that, I would like to ask the first speaker, we have Gabriel, right, to give his presentation.
Thank you, Martin. Will be not a presentation, but okay. First of all, I want to thank UNIDO for this event, side event, and of course, Sitstock also is present, and our company, Global Tech, and everyone that's involved in this project also together with the South May Prince government. Energy is a small issue for South May. We are Iceland, of course, and we need to solve so much problem that we have with the energy, electricity in particular. In this case, on behalf of the Minister of Energy, allow me to say some things about the energy in Sao Tome and Principe. And of course, we'll align with this side event, of course, the global OTEC that we have discussed today and present for special and distinguished invitation here. Sao Tome, for energy that we talk about emissions on the side of the climate change, we have around 80% the emissions come from the generations. Why they come generation? Because we have only around 7% installed in capacity for renewable energy. And we all talk about available is around 10%. And these are around hydro, small hydro, and like first project, pilot project that we have now with another partnership for PV. So that's a total 10 megawatt, 10% in our network. And this is a very expensive process for government to expend the money to buy every year around $20 million to buy diesel. So this is a case that we, all this idea with the Global OTEC, and we joined with us on another project that we have also, as Martin told you, hydro and the PV system, but we need to explore all opportunities that we have in the country. And inside our policy is clear that we have all this potential, so we need to go ahead with this idea and implement. Of course, we need the support, financial support to do it. In this case, to attain this challenge, we need to catch up this money when we implement the electricity clean electricity for people in general Sao Tome. And this money will return for health, for education, for road, for all the things that will be very important also for the country. And specifically to talk about OTEC technology, why we joined this process is very important because our location is clear and was presented during the presentations, those done presentations. So the maritime territory that we have is under 60 times surface, land surface that we have. So why not use it? Why not use it? So that's the idea that we agree this process, and then the government agree this process, and we start this process in the last year, and we will conclude this process with all involved in this project. So it's very important when we can reduce the dependence from diesel. As I told you, it's very expensive for country. And of course, in the same time, when we are fighting climate change, it's very important to remove this technology. All these things depend about the situation, really situations in the country. We are an island. So we need to guarantee the load, the base load. And in that case, the electricity comes from OTEC is very important for this part. That's what we agree. And it's like 100% for this project. And all these things to join for education, we are talking about the capacity, is not only to bring the technology to country, and without the capacity, local capacity people. That I can say, like a wrap up for all these things, this project will be very important for Sao Tome, and I hope for my side and the side from my ministry, and of course the government, we will do all things will be possible to implement it, to come through this project in Sao Tome and Principe. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. So now we turn to Benjamin Martin for his intervention online. Benjamin, you're here?
Yes, hello.
Ah, hello. You're closer to the sea than we. Okay.
So thank you very much. My name is Benjamin Martin. I'm the Secretary General of the Ocean Thermal Energy Association. But today I'll be telling you more about my daily job. So I'd like to show you my office, if possible, which is the Ocean Thermal Energy OTEC demonstration facility located in Japan. It's looking like the screen may not be sharing correctly. Restart. Sorry for the technical difficulties here.
So we can see your
Okay, so I'm just going to keep going. Great. So from Japan, where I'm located here on Kimijima, we have a demonstration facility that's been in operation for more than 10 years. It's connected to the grid, it produces power, and it uses actual surface and deep sea water located from the Okinawa Prefecture Deep Sea Water Research Center. Since 2016, we've also been using that water in post-OTEC industries for agriculture, and other uses, and demonstrating that very successfully. The core of the technology that we've been demonstrating is our heat exchangers, which are the same size we plan to use for future installations. And so we've been able to gain data over long-term operation and maintenance based on the size that can be directly applied to other installations. So when we talk about the ability to increase OTEC, scalability and reliability, we know that we can do that. Okay, so we're going to go back up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben.
Ask you to share on your side. So we know that we can use our OTEC facility both for 1 megawatt to 10 megawatt sizes just by increasing the number of panels per heat exchanger and then increasing the number of units. So it's a modular approach that enables us to accurately expand. And so based on the successive demonstration of this technology here on Kumijima, the local government has been able to apply that to its energy vision. So Kumijima town government in 2020 looked at its future and said, how are we going to address the issue that all of the islands around the world are addressing in terms of changing from diesel power. Kumijima has about 10 megawatts average power demand. Peak power demand is about 5 megawatts on average. It's a very small area in Japan, where a 1 megawatt OTEC facility would apply about 15% of the power generation necessary and allow us to offset the diesel power generation that's currently on the grid. That also allows us to increase the amount of renewable energy in terms of solar by reducing the limited minimum demand required for the turbine generators that are in operation. So if we can reduce one of the turbine generators from diesel and replace it with OTEC, that means that we can actually bring more other renewables on the grid as well. And so for Kumijima, they looked at a variety of different renewables and brought those into a focus on OTEC. And that's become the centerpiece of their renewable energy plan for the future. You could advance the slide one more. One more, please. Great. So this is the kind of the image that Kumijima town has developed is if we can bring even just 1 megawatt onto the local grid in an onshore facility, it'll bring down the diesel power necessary throughout the day significantly, about 15% of the entire island's needs. But then this also allows us to increase more renewable energy on the grid, such as solar and battery. The next slide, please. So then this also led to its vision for actually achieving carbon neutrality by 2035. And that's with 6 megawatts of OTEC, including onshore and offshore. By replacing diesel with the OTEC as a baseload power, it allows other technologies like solar and batteries and EV to then offset the rest of the island's energy needs. And this isn't just for our sector, this is for the whole island's energy, including transportation. And so OTEC can be a game changer in terms of enabling stable renewable energy supply for small island grids. Its reactive power means that it's pushing power through the grid so it can support other renewable energies without increasing the costs of those maintenance and operations. And so that's a very quick introduction. I'm sorry for the little difficulties here, but I look forward to the discussion and answering any questions in the future.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. I think what you have seen, a unique feature of this technology is also that you just don't produce base load, but you need also for these variable renewable energy sources, other sources to balance them out. But you have also other end uses. You can use it, like nutrition for aquaculture, for example, desalination. So there are quite many end uses. So with that, we're coming now to Mr. Peter McCall.
Good afternoon, ministers, ladies, gentlemen, and esteemed colleagues. I've spent the last 25 years of my career thinking about and investing in ventures that were in the environment. 25 years ago, we didn't have the terms climate tech. We didn't know anything about carbon mitigation. We've come a long way. To have a group of people that are willing to talk about it and be in Vienna to discuss it. Obviously, Austria has been talking about this for a long time. As a matter of fact, the first company that I invested in and wound up owning a big chunk of was technology that came out of Austria. So they really have been involved in a long time. I was in the battery business, thinking that the mitigation risk for intermittency was something that was very important to the market. You had to if you're going to have solar and you're going to have wind, they don't always blow and they don't always shine when you want them to. I found out, after building a pretty successful company, that it's essentially a pop gun in the face of a tiger. The amount of energy that's required to actually bring solar and wind onto our grids, and this includes the United States, which I gather has a terawatt of wind electricity that's feathered right now. It doesn't operate. So they're trying to figure out what to do with it, and what I think they'll do with it is generate ammonia with it. But that's, something that we'll see what happens. An interesting part of investing in this business has been that there's a tension between the fossil fuel industry and our carbon mitigation industry. And the idea that big and powerful companies are capable of spending lots of money to tell people things that are not necessarily true. We will wind up losing our interest in making those investments. So you put money down on the table, betting on a technology. It rides up for a while during certain administrations, and then, at least in the US, it can stop. It makes it more difficult to be invested in this sort of thing. That's because what's required is support. There is not one of these technologies that I know of that hasn't been supported by government in the beginning. The wind industry was supported by the Danes in their offering of a important, no, that's not true, according to the man out there. I was presuming Vestas had put that together. The solar energy industry had technology that was put together, and then manufacturing capability was funded by the Chinese. And they took an old technology and made it economic, and that's why. So there's government support behind all of these things, and the offering of UNIDO and of the Green Climate Fund and of the Green Environmental Fund to put together a structure so that these barges can be built and built in sequence. The idea that you can use thermal energy to turn an axle, once you turn an axle, you can do pretty much what you need to do. There are terawatts of electricity that are lying under the water in the form of heat. You can produce large or small amounts. I believe that the business plan that's been put together by Global OTEC to build small amounts and build up to having larger amounts of baseload for the islands is really the most efficacious method of building the thing. And that you can not only make money for Global OTEC, be able to support whatever bond structure you put together or equity structure you put together to build one of these things, but you also can be of tremendous benefit to the economy of Sao Tome or to any of the other island nations that you can bring things to. The legislation, the willingness of participants to offer support, the technology that is being sort of uncovered, the fact that it is making this jump between the academy, so as a science, and making that jump up to actually being a commercialized product is what led me to the investment as being something that I was very interested in. As an investor in the top co, I also am interested in how you would go about using structured financing to build each one of the individual pieces. That also goes across to the other parts of a program where you would be building sea motion, or you'd be building whatever, the various ways of turning an axle such that you can desalinate water, you can create energy, you can create green hydrogen, you can make ammonia, you can produce many, many things. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Peter. I think you tapped on a very important point, and that is that somehow now ocean energy is at the point where PV was 20, 25 years ago, exactly a similar situation. And how it worked, it was that you replicate, you demonstrate, you replicate, you demonstrate, you demonstrate, replicate, until it's commercialized. And we are in a similar situation. With that, I would like to hand over to Christine from Capo Verde.
Bom dia. Thank you, Martin. I am not going to take any time and speak about the technology. This thing is 100 years old, and it's already proven. I'm going to take the time to explain to you why SIDS-DOC is involved and who we are. SIDS, Small Island Developing States. DOC, we're a docking station for islands to come for technology transfer assistance, public awareness and education, carbon credits, everything that we need, most importantly, financing. We were created in 2017. Take a look at our logo. What do you see? A ship in the ocean, windmills, solar, everything. We're ocean people. SIDS occupy the oceans. We're large ocean states. Based on that alone, we're 16 times the size of the European Union, or EEZ, economic zones. Now, Dominique was in our minds from 2013. We didn't know what she looked like. We didn't know where she'll be. We didn't know how she will be built. Global OTEC came into our space as a partner, and we embraced them. And we are grateful to Sao Tome and Principe for stepping up, because the most important thing about Sao Tome and Principe, it's close your eyes, think of the best marriage in the world that lasts forever and ever. That's the partnership that we have formed between us, Global OTEC, SIDS-DOC, UNIDO, and other partners. I'm just here today to encourage not our investors, from the private sector, but for the countries, the development banks, who need to recognize that your mission is not to be a commercial bank. Your mission is to help the countries develop their infrastructure so that they can progress. We're also interested in OTEC because it provides baseload power, that's power 24/7, all the time. And in addition to that, we're able to get two of the most important things to secure our SIDS: water security and food security. Additionally, because in the SIDS, 50% of our population is 30 years and under. So that's our target, the young people. So we're looking at the blue economy and the blue skills that are going to be required to drive this blue economy and to take Dominique to the next level. I am here to say again, development banks, reclaim your souls, come back into the space where you're supposed to be, and support every single GenSec that is starved of financing. And I'm probably going to be inappropriate, but I would like to say to the Jeff and GCF, we welcome you, and we hope you will entertain our bankable proposals, because every single GenSec has a bankable proposal waiting. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this strong statement. We now go back to Dan. João, we forgot João. Sorry, João. Todo bem?
Yes, okay. Are you able to
Yes, we have some.
hear me correctly?
We have, you have 3 minutes, then we have.
Okay, I'll make them enough. So, good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. I'm speaking on behalf of Aqualogos. We were contracted by UNIDO to make a scoping exercise of what should the environmental and social impact assessment of Dominique be. This is to say, the challenge is the technology, as said before, is old enough, is mature enough. There are some examples of operating facilities. However, none of those were submitted to a formal environmental social impact assessment procedure. So our challenge is to find how should we assess this facility, because it is undoubtedly a renewable energy. Our goal is to find out if it's really environmental sustainable. So we have done thorough literature analysis of what's available on the technology and its environmental impacts. We have also done expert consultation with everyone that knows anything about this technology. We are now at this stage on stakeholder consultation, trying to reach as many people in São Tomé and otherwise that can share with us their concerns and their expectations. And we will finish by the end of this year with the terms of reference for what should the environmental social impact assessment of this Dominique platform be. It will include which data to use, which secondary data are available, which primary data are absolutely necessary, what are the main risks, what are the main expected impacts, and how should we ensure the follow-up of the environmental performance of the technology. So we are not doing the environmental and social impact assessment, we are just preparing it. And from our perspective and this journey that we began in the summer and we are very pleased to be taking, it seems quite promising from an environmental perspective. The impacts don't seem at this stage to be that huge, and all of them, or the vast majority of them, will for sure be mitigable. So I will not take you more time. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Sounds promising. So here also with this assignment, as OTEC, it was demonstrated there are plans around, but to create a market and an industry for the future, we need to think about the quality infrastructure and the standards. So also this assignment is contributing in defining a standard protocol, how you do environmental and social safeguards for the future OTEC industry. So with that, I hand over to Dan, and he will just also conclude the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm going to give you a 60-second overview on the techno-economics of an OTEC plant. Thanks to the existence of OTEC plants that are operational in the world, we're able to use software to model and guide the specifications of how to design an OTEC plant using existing off-the-shelf technology. And what's remarkable is the levelized cost of energy of the first-of-a-kind system is super sensitive to the cost of capital. If we're doing this using commercial money, then we are really unable to provide a competitive proposition versus diesel. Though if we are able to access the many billions of concessional finance and grants and debt, which is available to the mostly commercial technologies like solar and wind, we can cut the diesel cost, for the levelized cost using diesel with OTEC by around 50%. Now, I'm sure you'll agree this is a transformational proposition for 32 small island developing states who have 10 gigawatts of installed diesel capacity, which needs to be replaced. In respect to the colleagues who are next, I won't take any longer. Thank you very much for your attention and patience as we had some technical issues. And we welcome any questions next door over a beer and a wine. Thank you.
We closed even earlier. We have still 30 seconds. Great time. Well done. Like we like each other? Okay. Oh, one more for that. One more for that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
the last slide is, please don't press again to make it black. Now when it says last word is black. So if it's black here, don't press it.
of Graz. We start with a short introduction presentation, followed by a panel discussion.
Thank you very much. Not used to those microphones. So thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here today. Thanks to Vienna International Energy and Climate Forum for hosting this event, and for the University of Graz and the panelists for making this possible. I am Andrea Weiner from RUN21, and we have a very ambitious program today, as we will be discussing nothing less than justice in the context of the energy transition, and we want to cover quite some topics, as you can see. As we all know, in this room, we have an emergency tackling climate change again. And for that, we have an urgent need to phase out fossil fuels and transition to renewable energy. And the questions we will address today are about the how. How can we ensure that this transition enables everyone, including the most vulnerable, to enjoy the benefits of the transition, especially for those who still lack access to energy? But also for the countries and communities which incomes still rely on fossil fuels. How can we ensure that civil society has a say in this transition, and how can we build support for it through effective inclusion? So those are already a lot of entry points, but what we'd like to discuss more in detail today is the role for North-South cooperation, and in particular the role of North-South partnerships and development organizations. So before we dive into the discussions, I promise I try not to be long, it would be useful to have some context. And so the context is not pink, despite record additions in renewable energy, especially renewable power in the recent few years. We are still burning more fossil fuels than ever. So we need that the increase in renewables generation has still been offset by the increase in demand, and the shares of renewables in total final energy consumption is still low, so that highlights even more the need to build support and to accelerate the transition. So fossil fuels is urgent, as we've seen, but it is not only about a change of fuels if we are to achieve a just transition. Our approach at RUN21 is to build on the potentials of renewables for changing our economy and society. And when we look at the entire energy system, the deployment of renewables must go hand in hand with a reduction of final energy consumption through energy efficiency and sufficiency. And we need to look at all the components of the energy system, from demand, from supply to demand through infrastructure, to ensure positive socioeconomic impacts and value creation at all levels. Happily, we can build on the diverse benefits of renewables, as they can be deployed everywhere at very different scales, allowing for more democratic governance and increased energy access and energy security, and can very quickly improve energy access. So how do we find the just in the energy transition? There are quite some frameworks to discuss justice. I won't get into the academic part of it today. Our colleagues of the University of Graz will further extend on the conceptualization. But what is important to keep in mind is that different stakeholders propose different frameworks that are slightly different, but there's, however, a common base for the framing of justice in the context of the transition, which is the distribution of the benefits and the burdens, for instance, job creation, job losses, but also at the global level, how low-income countries will be able to deploy renewable energy and enjoy from its benefits. That is one part, but also the possibility for people, for citizens, to participate in the shaping of the transition. I will try to very quickly provide some numbers about these different aspects so we can start discussing the solutions. So where we are standing today, global investment in renewables grew a lot in the past years, but remained unequally distributed. We can see that almost half of it in the past 10 years took place in Asia, especially in China. That a big third was in North America, excluding Mexico, and in the EU, and only 1.3 went to sub-Saharan Africa. And when we look at how investment is allocated and what are the consequences for low-income countries and small projects, well, it's not equal either. We see that finance can be allocated through equity or debt or grants, and what we see is that if we look at 2020, most of the investment which was made by the private sector was allocated through balance sheet, while only 1% was allocated through grants. And well, a key factor behind this inequity is that investments are mainly based on financial parameters that do not reflect the social and environmental benefits, making money much more expensive for low-income countries. When we look at energy access, well, we still have some job to do. There's still 7 million people lacking access to electricity and more than 2 billion people lacking access to clean cooking. So yes, we have quite some work. The good news is that renewables can provide for energy access very quickly and in a very inexpensive way. We see that the population with access to electricity through off-grid renewable energy systems grew by 20 million in the past decade. So this could be really accelerated. And when we look at jobs, we see also that renewables can provide, they provide today more than 12 million jobs. And although the most important share of these jobs are found in Asia, again, distributed renewables were a key driver of job creation in the formal market in several developing countries as well. And the global growth of renewable energy jobs has exceeded the number of job losses in the fossil fuel sector in 2021. However, it is important to look at what is needed to achieve, again, this just transition. There will be job losses in the coal sector, in the oil and gas industries, and so there is a need to reskill workforces, as many of the skills that are held in the fossil fuel industries can be applied to the energy transition. And just transition plans, just transition strategies can help to this and can include stakeholders beyond governments with unions, industry, civil society in co-construction of those plans. And here is where we come to the importance of citizens' participation in this transition through participatory processes to ensure that all perspectives are accounted for, but also for taking ownerships of the energy systems, as renewable can be deployed again everywhere and allow for a diversity of equity and business models and scales, ranging from household solar installations on pay-as-you-go basis to community-owned wind turbines or utility levels. So ownership can be understood also farther than just possession of energy assets, but also in the sense of participating in the design of the system, for instance, in the process of building energy and climate plans, be they national or local. And ultimately, this ownership can build support for the transition. And here is another of the topics that we would like to discuss today. So, cooperation is key to achieve this, and this is the other topic we will discuss. Of course, is channeling funding, but also the conditions for the funding that will allow for local value creation and innovation and capacity buildings, and ensuring citizens' participation, with ultimately, again, building support for the deployment of renewables. And I hope I was short enough for this introduction, and I leave the floor to Holger.
Thank you, Andrea. As to be expected at this time in the afternoon, with drinks competing with our session, we don't have a lot of participants. So I would suggest that we don't continue with a formal panel and an audience, but that we just come together, so to say, in a kind of circle or some other form to discuss. You can let us know what your interests in this session are. Maybe if you all come to the front here, then we don't have an audience and a panel, which is probably inappropriate with the number of people we have. So we invite you to all come here to the front, and we just exchange some ideas on the topic.
Shall I hope the computer won't fall. La pongo en el piso, se cae.
I didn't expect much different when I saw that we start at 3 on Friday.
I don't know if this. I'm going to leave one here.
But it's fine. Thanks for coming. We'll have a cozy little session. How about if we each introduce ourselves briefly? Or do you want me to introduce you? You go ahead. Start from the end. And then
Okay, so I will continue talking then. So I'm Andrea. I work at 121. 121 is a network of players in renewable energy, a global network including governments, intergovernmental organizations, NGOs, academia, and industry players. And at 121, I am coordinating the work on sustainability of renewables, of which energy justice is an important part.
So I'm Larissa. I work at the Research Center for Climate Law based at the University of Graz. And I am a research manager and project manager with the Research Center, and I look into topics related to just transitions, global North-South partnerships, sustainable development, as well as the use of public participation as deliberative democracy to ensure just transitions.
Hi, I'm Maria Fluda. I'm representing Lean Inequity and Sustainability. We are a women empowerment organization, 100% volunteer run, and our aim is to empower women in the energy sector, traditional and renewable, and to create a safe space, provide visibility and opportunities to women. So, yes.
Very good. Yeah. Holger is my name. I'm also at the University of Graz at the Field of Excellence Climate Change, where I'm working on transdisciplinary issues of various types, and this time I'm working with the department that Larissa is from on just energy transitions.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Alexander Haag. I'm working at the GIZ, German Development Corporation agency, so to say, mainly in the area of energy and heading a program that's called Energizing Development. So we work a lot basically on energy access issues in developing countries with small-scale renewables, so to say. Yeah, happy to be here today. So I'm going to hand over to the audience.
It's really mean, because I just wanted to observe. My name is Samat Kazand. I'm a journalist. I'm a magazine journalist, usually writing about Austrian politics, right-wing politics, and I'm basically just a visitor in this conference and trying to find innovative projects that I can cover. So the more examples you can give where they're which are working underground, the better.
Hi everybody, my name is Victoria. I'm from Ukraine. Now I'm living in Milan in Italy. I'm a scientist, I'm a lawyer. My previous studies and scientific field in Ukraine was about administrative and informational law, and financial law, and participation and principle of transparency, engagement of society. Now my academic research is about just transition, and also I'm working in NGO. Easy Sustainability, it's Italian one. So we create networks, we provide information about sustainability issues. This is what we are doing.
Hi, my name is Lou. I'm a student at the VU University. I'm doing a master in socio-ecological economics and policies. I've also been a civil society observer for the UNFCCC for the last few years, and I've been engaged in different European NGOs like Youth Environment Europe, and making sure, and working on democratization and a fairer access for the youth to environmental and social projects.
Hello everyone, my name is Laila. I'm working at ZIZ in the Energizing Development Project as an intern, so I will be supporting in the gender and communication task. I'm also a master's student. I'm studying sustainable development management. And right now I'm in Germany, but originally I'm from Bangladesh. The reason for saying all this, because being like a Bangladeshi where the renewable energy is now the new concept or the new focus, and also supporting on the gender aspects on an energy project. So this session is really interesting for me. So looking forward to it.
We're very fortunate to have one of the hosts of the whole conference here now, Iasa.
Hi, I'm sorry that I'm late. I didn't find the forum. I'm Caroline Sim from YASA. I work in a project on just transitions for all within net zero carbon emissions. And yeah, I had exchanges with the organizers and I'm very happy to be here.
We just deviated slightly from our plan because of the small number of participants. So we have more of a participatory event now.
Yes, hi. I'm part of the organizing team. I'm Mariela, working at REN 21, leading on community development and communications. And I always think that it's better to have 5 engaged participants that have 20 looking at their phones. So very happy to make this friendly and cozy. And I'm sure we'll all learn a lot from each other.
As a moderator, I would take the liberty to share a quick impression from the overall event, and then let's see how that resonates, or if you would like to address other issues. When visiting, participating in different events here yesterday and today, I notice a slight bias towards technological solutions, maybe also financial solutions, but that's usually where the story ends when talking about energy transitions. Justice, that we only touched upon, Andrea only touched upon briefly on one slide, has many different aspects. And we do believe that these just energy transition partnerships can be one means, one tool to help to engage a broader audience and also to bring together bottom-up and top-down approaches in making that transition happening. So these partnerships can take very different forms. They can be within countries. Larissa will be able to talk to, for example, a national just transition partnership in South Africa, how that works and how far it got and what can be learned from it maybe. But they can also be international. That's one of the aspects we also want to address here in terms of partnerships between the global north and the global south. I don't know what you heard, but sessions that I attended were mostly focusing on the question, how much energy can the north get from the south? Plus a little more than that, but that was the strong question. It was less, the discussions I attended were less about the energy security in the countries of the south, while obviously just energy transition partnerships is looking for win-win situations where all partners gain in some sense. And that's something that to some extent development cooperation can address, but to be provocative, maybe there are others who can do it equally or even better, but obviously every individual institution has their own stakes, and the question is how can we bring together these different perspectives, including the private sector, which has its stakes, the development cooperation, the public sector, civil society, citizens, science also, I should say, coming from a university. But maybe you can provide a brief perspective from development cooperation, how you think this can play out, and maybe also how you deal with these strong interests that are on the table in terms of huge investments taking place in the global south and expectations coming with it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I mean, it is, of course, a very, very challenging undertaking. I mean, South Africa, I mean, we try to have a just energy transition partnership with India, for example. And so in these countries, you have very, very well organized, of course, power structures, as you also had in Germany, you know, before the coal phase out, just that Germany had the liberty to kill the problem with money, right? So we just basically bought out, so to say, the opposition to it, which actually was quite well organized, so to say. It's not that we had a lot of coal miners left, but they were just very vocal. And I think that's also something to take into account downstream for the discussions also in other countries. And then I think from a German perspective, the idea really was to use some of that experience that we gained in Germany and to really transfer that to other countries. I mean, we also started that in Ukraine, for example, at a transition project also to support Ukraine, basically getting away from the coal. Then came the war. It doesn't make things easier, of course, but it's just to say it's not only north-south, so to say. I think it's really a global approach where the idea of the German government, the development cooperation, is to share these experiences. And then the question is, okay, so what can we do as GIZ also? I mean, we cannot come up with the finance, obviously, because that's on a level where normally, you know, the large banks and so forth can come in. But what we can do, we think, is stakeholder consultation. So that is really trying to look at the just energy transition, basically focusing on kind of the blind spot that until now, I think, really has been left aside a little bit. I think that's being recognized also on the higher political levels, because, I mean, it becomes more and more evident that if you want to go for a transformation, there are winners and losers. And the more you communicate about the approach, about the need for it, and the more basically you are able to gather different parts of society behind it, the longer lasting the impact of that change actually will be for you. And it also reduces the risk that a new government will basically reverse course, you know, considerably and move back to coal or whatever it is. But that is, of course, a long-term project. It's not something that you can do. That's also our challenge in a project implementation period time of 2 or 3 years. Yeah, you really need to have a long breath, so to say, to push that through. And of course, you need to look at the losers. And yes, there are the coal miners who are the losers in countries that are heavily reliant on coal and who are also basically producing coal. But then if we think, and we try to really think just energy transition in a broader sense, and that's what I've been also experiencing here the past 2 days, is of course, if you look at the people that still don't have access to energy, there's a second layer of complexity, so to say, because we are trying to give them access to modern energy, to electricity, and until now they use different forms like wood actually, or charcoal. But if we push the charcoal producers out of the market, we also create losers again. Yeah. So just to say, there are different levels. I think people who will benefit from a paradigm shift, from a system transformation, for sure. But there will always be societal groups or individuals that will lose out, and it's about being conscious, being aware, and then trying to think about options on how to get these losers, so to say, also included in the positive benefits of that transition. Honestly, it will not happen always. I mean, you cannot, let's say, upskill every coal miner to become an entrepreneur in the solar pay-go market or something like that. But if you already, let's say, are able to capture a fraction, I think then that's already quite an achievement. So I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
I would encourage you to come in any time. If you have any questions or comments.
Totally. I mean, and you imagine you live close to that coal mine where you've been working for, I don't know, 30 years, right? You have your family, you have your kids, then suddenly there's a politician coming telling you, why don't you install solar rooftop, I don't know, on XYZ rooftops. Well, there's only so much rooftops in your neighborhood, right? So you need to be very mobile. You need to move probably into a different city. It's a totally different setup. So it's not that easy. It's really, I mean, it's shaking at the core of the life, so to say, of these people who have been working there for years, for decades sometimes. Yeah? So it's and then it's focused on one region. So that means that region, everything in that region, from school to hospitals, the whole economy is dependent on that sole, let's say, production in this case of let's say coal, in the coal mine, right? So if you kill the coal mine, you would basically kill the entire community. I mean, everything that was there until now that was able to produce income for these people will be gone, and that is what is, of course, creating a lot of fear. And if people are afraid, then it's really hard to talk with them on a non-emotional basis, if you know what I mean. Yeah, and that's really a tricky thing to communicate that in the right way and to do the change process, but not to overdo it, so to say, time-wise. It takes really time. But it's a very delicate matter for sure, yeah. And it's probably also not something where we always have the best solutions at hand for sure, yeah. But I think a lot of the time it's really about getting the people into one place and talk to them before you also make the decisions, yeah. It's really about inclusion to get those consensus, so to say, across the board, how to move forward. But it takes time, and that's not always what politicians want, who are elected for 4 years or something, right? So they, of course, want to push through a political agenda, a reform agenda, or whatever. So then these two trains, so to say, are colliding sometimes. Yeah.
Before turning to the left, I wanted to have one quick follow-up question in terms of time it takes and also platforms to bring all the different stakeholders to the table. Have you seen any examples where one can learn from, where such a platform or network starts emerging, which could be a basis for such longer-term multi-stakeholder dialogues, or is that dreaming, wishful dreaming?
So I don't, let's say, have an online platform that I would recommend right now, yeah? But there is, I mean, let's say there are concepts and methodologies on how to do that, let's say the stakeholder mapping, and then involve people gradually, so to say, over time. I think that would, in my opinion, not be the main challenge. I think it's really challenging to get the local government on board and behind it, so on national level, but more particular also in the regions where the change has to happen. These people are, of course, rooted in the society in these places, and they are the one, they are taking the brunt, so to say, they're taking the brute force of the reaction of the people on the ground, and if they don't stand behind that change, then I think you have a problem, yeah? So they would need to be included for sure, yeah.
I look to you again, if you want to intervene, please do any time.
Thank you. And to do the transition from the fossil fuels, because it's much cheaper, and this we already have this access, and we can provide for vulnerable societies and group of people access to this type of energy which they need right now. But together with this, we would like and we need to do the transition to renewable energy sources, and this is not cheap at all, and this will take the time again. So where is the answer? So should it be border under the government financiation support, or how? Because also the investors are scared to do this, and from the legal point of view, I understand why, because the government used to change the legislation, they lose money, they lose the projects. So this is...
Yeah. Who wants to go on either the participation, how to achieve that, the funding, how to achieve that, or with whom to work? I mean, all three of you can go for it.
Yeah, I'll go first. So, so I'll totally agree with Alex and what he says about people not being happy with the transition. I think, in my view, it's about a proper phase out of fossil fuels and bringing in the renewable energy. So we cannot just close the taps overnight, because that's not going to work, specifically with the population rising, and we need probably double the energy that we use now in the next 30 to 40 years. So we need to kind of understand that it has to be an energy mix and of the countries that they want to phase out. And there's many successful examples, specifically from the European countries and cities. Yesterday I was in the Vienna phase-out presentation, phase-out gas, actually, and they have a very thorough plan of how that's going to be done, how to engage the stakeholders, how to engage the community, and all the different ways that that is going to happen, and it is happening. So there is there's robust examples there of that this has been happening, so it can be done. In terms of reskilling people for green skills, as we saw earlier, now the latest numbers is that we will have 42 million jobs created in the renewable energy sector by 2050. So that is a great opportunity and a challenge, because there is not skilled force. So we have to think about how to reskill people and do it fast, and how to encourage people going to renewable energy jobs, technical and non-technical. So that's a great opportunity. I will bring also the gender lens, since I'm here for my women empowerment organization. So we have this great opportunity to include women in all this transition. And just transition, for me, it has a different meaning on the different lenses that you see it. For example, just means inclusive as well. So that means including everybody and including women, which are now in less than 30% even in the renewable sector. I mean, solar is much better, is almost 50%, but then you have wind 40%, and then you have even less. And the traditional energy sector, it's 22%, the women workforce. So we have a big opportunity there to get everybody and make it just inclusive transition as well. On the African energy, so they, I mean, obviously you've heard it, there is no transition for them because there's nothing to transition from, so they don't have energy. So I think the renewable is a great opportunity to bring energy to all these 680 million people that are without energy. So I think there isn't a one-size-fits-all answer when we mean just transition. So each country and each even city and each culture and each continent, they have their own kind of transition that they have to follow. There's different things, but definitely coming all together and engaging the stakeholders, global north and south, that's the success recipe in my view.
So if it's not a transition, what is it? Is it development? Is it leapfrogging? What is it?
In the countries that they don't have anything to transition, I mean, they transition from wood and charcoal to energy. So yeah, you can still call it transition, but it's not when we mean, and it's what we mean out of fossil fuels. So for them, really, they hear that, and that's, you know, the countries that are big emitters and they're not emitting.
I think as a starting point, we need to understand that energy access is understood differently in the global north and the global south. Touching exactly on what Maria has said, when we talk about energy access in the global north, we're not talking about the ability to switch on the light. We're talking about the ability of what type of energy are we accessing in our households. That shift transition that we're talking about is really the transition from fossil fuel-based energy sources to renewable energy sources. Whereas in the global south, when we talk energy access, we really do mean, can we switch the light on? How consistent, how secure, how affordable is it to switch the light on? That being said, I think in the global south, where we do have majority centralized electricity markets, it's a lot easier to place that responsibility on the government to say that you need to change your energy sources to renewable energy. As a prime example, we have, I mean, I can only speak specifically to South Africa, but South Africa has now taken the move to adopt a just transition, and on the 23rd of October just received a $1 billion loan from the World Bank to support this just transition. So that was the first step. But this goes back previously to COP26, when South Africa had a just transition agreement with the EU and some EU member states. That was a political declaration, and it remains a political declaration. So, you know, it's great to have the words, but when there is no action, when there's no forward steps, then that becomes a problem. If we look at on-the-ground experiences, I think Austria has some amazing examples to provide.
Larissa, before you go to Austria, I'm curious, when 1 billion is coming into South Africa, is that fostering justice?
It depends on how you utilize the funds that you receive. So, for example, I think procedural justice, distributive justice, restorative justice have to be the three pillars of any just transition. We can't have the word justice, just transition, if we're not aware of who's impacted, how they're impacted, and how can they ensure that whatever impacts happen to them, that they have a say in it. So, I mean, being part of, or being South African and being outside of the country, I have a lot of access to resources to see what's happening on the international realm, and as a researcher, that's my job. I have to know what's happening. But I think about majority of the population in South Africa that have no idea about an energy transition whatsoever. They have no idea that there is a need for renewables. I mean, their basic need in life is to ensure that there's food on the table, you know, that their households are educated, that they can go to school, that they can receive healthcare. And we, being researchers on our side, we can understand that energy is also a starting point to make sure that all of these things happen. We know that without energy, we can't have, you know, true healthcare. You can't have development. You can't have education without access to energy. But you have to understand that the lived experiences of so many people are left out of the just transition discussion because they are forgotten. And a lot of the time, governments feel that because they are implementing this just transition that will ultimately help people who are needing energy access, that this is something that should be a top-down approach. That's not the case. Majority of the people that require energy access live in rural areas that are so far away from the national grid, and especially if you're talking about a centralized energy system, that national grid exists in urban areas. So regardless of whether you want to transition the urban areas, you have to consider that you might have to extend the national grid, which takes a lot of money, or you need to develop other solutions, mini-grids, standalone home systems. That takes money too. If we talk about the realities of mini-grid infrastructure, a lot of communities, rural communities, vulnerable communities would be willing to know that they can have consistent, affordable access to energy. However, mini-grids, if not implemented through a financed project or through government initiatives of any sort, if that community comes together and decides on their own that they wish to establish a mini-grid, the tariffs are excessive. They don't have the financing or the resources to do that. And for them to be able to enter into a financing project, do they know where to go? Do they know who to call? Do they know what channels they can access to access the funding to build their mini-grid? So as a starting point, I think awareness and education is amazing. It's great. But also awareness and education in the realities of the people that live this day-to-day life without energy access. I mean, being a South African, we have some sort of a taste of what that's like. We have load shedding, which is where the government cuts off power for about up to 12 hours a day, 2 to 12 hours, depending on the demand for the electricity grid. So all South Africans, no matter who you speak to, really do understand what it's like not to have energy access. But still, we don't exactly understand what it's like to never have had energy access. And that's something that you have to understand within the grand scheme of the just transition.
We wanted to go to Austria, but maybe looking first if there are any questions or issues. Go ahead, try.
It doesn't match really, but because you said South Africa, like how much did your experience in the whole democratization process help into the energy question right now? The reconciliation councils are always, because like I know like in the policy level, South Africa is like for many of like democracy movements who are in authoritarian regimes, it's like the stage where they're kind of aim to.
I mean, I think as a South African, maybe I can be a little bit controversial here. But I think I really do commend South Africa for its attempt at democracy. And I do say attempt, because me personally, as an academic, I believe that democracy is not really achievable, true democracy at least. Because if we're going to say that every person has a voice in a democratic republic, we need to really mean it. And if half of the population don't know who they're voting for and what they're voting for, can we really say that they voted for a democracy? A lot of the people, if you go to a township, for example, and you ask them which political party they vote for, they would say the ANC. And if you ask them why, they would say because the ANC brought us out of apartheid. Not because these are the programs that are provided by the ANC, not because, you know, this is the policy incentives, this is the funding that I could get, this is, you know, how they benefit me in the long run. And I think that sometimes takes away the real voting opportunity of the people within the republic. If you take that over to any other, you know, democratic state, I think that's the exact same problem. I don't think South Africa is alone in that. I think if you bring that to Europe as well, if you ask some people who are farmers, who are involved in heavy industry, who aren't involved in the academic debate, so to say, I say that in quotation marks, but who don't research these things or don't have the opportunities to know what's happening, if you ask them why they were voting for a political party, I don't think they're going to bring out the numbers and statistics. And with that, I think you take away democracy. I think when you window dress democracy and it looks great and it sounds great and it comes with some really nice legislation, that's fantastic. But if the legislation is not working for the people in which it operates over, then is it really democratic? That's it.
Difficult to take the floor after such statement. But I just wanted to rebound in different things that have been said before, and it was about the examples, but they're very different things. So first of all, about the lengthy process of involving, for instance, coal miners in transitions and etc. Well, at REN21, we really advocate for multi-stakeholder involvement, and we know how it could be, this process could be painful sometimes because you need to involve people that have opposed views, etc. I think there was an interesting example in Spain of just transition where there was tripartite agreements with the governments and the workers' unions. And at the end, it was enshrined in law, and they need to trickle down to regional agreements. And I think there was a nice example in one province where a coal mine was transformed into a wind farm. But just to provide some examples that maybe could be used. And then it comes also something that is important, which is the role of local authorities. And you seem to say that they were difficult to bring in, but however, local authorities are, be there cities or rural, because it could be beyond cities, being the closest to people, as could be unions, could be the how do you say it, translators and the mediators of these kind of processes. And I read that GIZ was involved in some local deployment of local consultations in Togo, could it be? And I was wondering if you had experience about that. And yes, that were my questions. And
before you respond, I wanted to ask you about the different means to achieve more energy security and the transition. The role of energy communities, is that something that you also emphasize?
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think we can both. It's our common interest, domain of interest, and indeed, if community energy is also a powerful tool to involve people and to involve citizens. And indeed, in Europe is at the moment a good example of mixing bottom-up and top-down, because it has been a push. I mean, the community energy movement started long ago, and from citizens, I think. Pioneers were Denmark, Germany, probably the UK, and now it's really widespread across Europe. I'm myself a part of an energy cooperative in Paris, very wealthy energy cooperative, and then at the end, now the European Union has enshrined this in the legislation. So every country needs to translate into law, into national legislation, the definition of energy communities, provide framework for their development, and also I think under the latest Repower EU, this is mandatory, or should be mandatory. Advised that every city of over 10,000 inhabitants should have at least one energy community. So then in the developing world, access to capital to basically buy solar panels or wind turbines or methanizer facilities. I don't know, the word in English is more difficult. That's another story. But yet it's I believe it's a powerful tool, but maybe Larissa also you can say something.
Yeah, so I think energy communities bring a lot of power into the community itself and encourage prosumership. I can give you the Austrian example because it's closer to home. In the Almenland region in Styria, or Steiermark, there is a model region. Almenland is the model region for an energy community. And this community was established as part of a project called CLU. And CLU is a Klimafond-funded project. So I found out about the Almenland energy community from going hiking in the region. And I had a discussion with some of the people that were involved in the energy community there. And it was really interesting to see how they became involved and what the process was for them to become involved. So it was a typical project format, if you would think of it as that. The CLU researchers from Austria, Germany, France, and another country escapes my mind now, but approached different regions that would be the optimal energy community format, and said to them that we can assist you with building an energy community, so installing the solar panels, we can give you the skills and knowledge and resource to maintain them and to continue with the maintenance, the reparations, and we'll put you in contact with the people that you need to establish this energy community. And this was also, limited time, 3 to 4 year project, so all of this had to happen within the space of the project. the people in Elmenland are really grateful for this happening because now they are fully self-sufficient and they are able to take care of their energy consumption and production within the small town community that they have formed. But without that intervention from a research perspective and from these researchers coming together and saying we can start this project using the Klimafund funding, they would never have known that this is a possibility. And I mean, if we wait for every single researcher to come up with a project proposal and then apply to a fund to be, it takes a long process and you don't know if you'll be accepted or not, and only a certain amount of energy communities are, able to be formed throughout the years. So the next thing is, a lot of those communities are unaware that you can approach the Klimafund personally and establish a community without research organizations. And if you make people aware of things like that, if there is a campaign to go to these smaller communities and to have discussions with them and say, what are your energy needs? How do you feel about your energy consumption? Do you know that you can use smart meters? Do you know about standalone home systems? Do you know about these things? Do you know the benefits that they have long term? And also if you're willing to discuss the economic benefits of having solar energy. The initial financial input is extensive. And if you can subsidize that with government funding, with project funding, then that makes it a little bit easier. And you have a return on investment at some point in the future. Having those kind of realistic discussions as well really do help. But putting together the different best practices within the EU, a lot of EU member states have a similar format for ensuring energy communities are formulated. So it's really a forward-thinking plan, but to start up the plan, it doesn't happen overnight, and it takes a lot of money to do that, and you can't solely rely on communities to come together, to find the funding where exactly.
So if you see Larissa hiking, you better be careful. She may draw you into her next project. If you have any questions, please, anytime.
Here. It's not really related to what you just said, but I feel like that's something that we should talk about that hasn't been talked about enough in this conference this past few days. I'm really glad that we're talking about workers' condition when we talk about renewables, but I'm also thinking about the worker conditions related to lithium mines, for example, in solar panels. And I've been hearing a lot about renewables, and I've studied it, and I know the great potential of it. But I feel like we don't talk enough about, for example, the indigenous displacement that involves, and to have been also a lot of UN conferences, there are a lot of indigenous people that are very almost against renewables because it's directly affecting their community and they're being displaced. And even in Europe, we can talk about Norway. There are many examples. So that would be my first question, I guess, would be what is your approach towards that and maybe your opinion. My second question is, in Europe there is a lot of not in my backyard policy when it comes to, for example, wind turbines. I can say, for example, my parents were trying to buy a new house in France, and there was a huge wind turbine project that was being constructed, and all of the people that were living around couldn't sell their houses because nobody wanted to live there because it was too close, and so they were not being compensated for the price of their houses that were devaluated because of that. So there's a lot of these tensions happening right now, and I wanted to see if we could talk about it.
Maybe before you go, can we ask Alexander about if he was to head the office in Bolivia, how would he deal with these concerns about deteriorating conditions socially or environmentally with these invasions of northern countries' energy needs and like lithium or other material needs?
Yeah, before coming to that, I was just, when you were posing the question, I was just thinking, it's interesting how much focus there is on these aspects of these, let's say, rare earth minerals and stuff that you definitely need for, yes, for renewables and for others. And then if you have a coal mine also in Germany and you dig out the coal, I mean, it frequently literally happens that you destroy entire settlements. Like the state is coming in and saying, you know, we have to dig for coal here, it's a nice village, but we just take it away. And you, for your house, yes, you get a compensation, but you have to move. And it was a fait accompli. It was accepted. There was, I mean, a local little bit of kind of, yeah, it was changed a little bit, but it was happening, at least in Germany, I know, like for years and years and years. And it's still happening. It's a funny thing. We talk about our coal phase out, but we are still actually destroying the villages and houses because these big machines, they are hungry and we need to dig out the coal. So it just came to my mind. Not that it's a good answer. No, in Bolivia, I would say, of course, I mean, it's a problem. It has to be addressed. I know that there are other GIZ projects that I'm not so involved in particularly that question on how to ensure on a sustainable and inclusive manner that actually these minerals can be mined, because also in the countries there are of course also divergent interests. So there will be the miners who are normally connected quite good to the political decision makers, yeah, who say there's a lot of money, we mine it, we sell it, we earn money, right? So a lot of the time I would say the political system will be in favor of mining, and then as you rightfully say, quite often it happens that there are indigenous people or minorities, so to say, that are actually suffering heavily, more or less, from these mining activities. And here I think it's of course very important that for the global north and also for the companies buying these materials, no, that we put pressure on them, that we enforce standards, that you only buy minerals from mines that are, well, let's say, well, there's a certificate that they are mining under, let's say, proper circumstances, and not are basically, well, let's say, taking away land from indigenous people or exploiting people. And that is, I mean, is something that is happening in the extractive industry sector. That's how we kind of call it currently all over the place, all over the world. It's also, of course, a big issue like in Congo. Huh? I mean, cobalt and so forth, also for the mobile phones that we all possess and so forth. So it's, but I think it's a discussion that's happening, that's going on. It's not perfect, but I think it's moving in the right direction, so to say. But then I want to just quickly come back to your question that you were asking on the investments. I wanted to make a little bit of a provocative statement. I think that in the future, these transition processes that we see will probably not so much be politically, let's say, induced. It's not going to be that a government like, let's stick with South Africa, says, you know, we're going to go for the just transition now in terms of coal phase out or fossil fuel phase out, focusing on renewables. I think if you look at the latest IEA report, and you take kind of for granted what they say, that we have peak emissions before 2030, because renewables are so cheap and they still continue getting cheaper, that we will end up in a situation where we have a lot of these transformations in many countries kind of running into them without actually knowing, because investment decisions are, of course, most of the time being made on an economic basis. And in these systems, so to say, all the investments, we can see that already now, 80% of the investments, right, are flowing into renewables. It will lead to the fact that fossil fuels will be the most costly option of producing energy, I think very soon, in the next 5 to 10 years in many, many countries. And then it will automatically lead to the fact that you just shut down the coal-fired power plant, for example, because it doesn't make economically any sense for your utility, and they also have to calculate. And that leads to a reduced demand, of course, in coal, so the coal mines also close down. And I think this is something, again, it's a bit different from the politically kind of very clearly induced change. We want to do that, South Africa, a couple of other countries, to, let's say, a phenomenon where we will be running into it and we'll be awakening the next day and say, okay, how didn't we see this coming, that actually now they are closing down, phasing out, and we have no plan what to do with the people who suddenly are on the street. I'm exaggerating here a little bit, but I think this is actually coming, because I'm quite positive about the transformative impact that renewables are about to have actually.
Andrea, you wanted to come in.
Yes, well, part of the answer was done by Alex. I think, again, it should be put in perspective when you talk about extractive industries and human rights abuses, including abuses on indigenous people's rights and land rights. The fossil fuels industry is no example. You have the coal mines. The current example is a pipeline that is going to cross Africa, right? And you need to put into perspective the quantities. We are mining 8 billion tons of coal, 4 billion tons of oil, and the equivalent of 2.5 something billion tons of gas. And when you compare to lithium, I mean, the quantity is really small. However, that doesn't allow the mining industry for lithium to conduct human rights abuses or environmental degradation. And here again, yes, there are possible mitigation solutions. First of all, indigenous people's rights are stated by the UN Declaration of Indigenous People's Rights that requires free, prior and informed consent before any activity or any displacement. So that's the role of governments and to enforce this regulation, and the role of companies to follow it. But again, is how the world functions, and yes, it's the work of the renewable energy industry and governments to make this happen. And regulations that demand a mandatory due diligence on human rights and environment and etc. are all contributing to this trend. But then again, I lost a little bit the thread, but again, the multi-stakeholder approach and should be the best one, because renewals can be sited in different places. You don't need to have a wind farm decided when, you can have wind farms everywhere, more or less. So the multi-stakeholder approach may be longer, may be more difficult, but at the end what you will gain is support and really is building something that people will be aiming for. Well, it could sound as a wishful thinking, but we are here to try to understand how making this happen. And just to, again, I'm very aware and feel deep inside that mining is a detrimental environmental activity, and we should be aware of that. But when you think of, when you hear about the mining for the energy transition, you need to keep in mind what we are mining for. And we are mostly mining for batteries that are in our laptops and mobile phones and electric vehicles. So there's also a transformation that needs to happen about mobility, with not changing the full internal combustion cars to electric vehicles, but a shift of the mobility system, etc., etc. Renewables themselves do not require that much lithium.
And of course, we should also refer to circular economy, where sooner or later we don't need to have inputs, at least not at that amount, but are able to recover all or most of the used minerals or inputs. I don't know how you feel. I was just made aware that we have spent an hour. We would have more time. We have this room for another half hour. So I look once more if you have a question that you would like to pose, because you get answers. So.
Before we continue, I just wanted to bring it back to the indigenous rights, especially within the context of the wind turbines that are wreaking havoc in many of the areas that we know and love. If you think about, we don't even need to go far, we can think about the European context with the Sami people. And for those of you that are aware of it, of the consistent battle that the Sami people are now facing with the erection of a wind turbine in the grazing path of the reindeer. And we hear from a lot of Sami youth that are coming forward to make this known and are representing their communities and representing the Sami people, broadly speaking, within the confines of what we see as society. And I say what we see as society because it's a lot easier for us as non-Indigenous people, not in the sense of, as being located in urban areas without having, the nomad nature of the Sami people, for example, to access the courtrooms, to access, where we can have our voices heard. It shouldn't be that hard either, but it's a lot easier for us than it is for Indigenous people. And the same is the case for Indigenous people within Latin America, within Africa, within other parts of the world. That being said, in order for Sami people to be able, or Indigenous people broadly speaking, to be able to utilize and access the human rights that are owed to them, the governments with which they fall under or are part of also need to acknowledge these Indigenous people firstly. I think when we have public participation, like you said, Andrea, with public participation comes legitimacy of the policy and of the regulatory framework that's being introduced. And if we're talking about participating equally, then we also need to acknowledge that Indigenous people need to have an active place at the table and not just being there to hear and to sign off. And having an active place at the table means that we need to acknowledge that they exist in the first place. And if the government structures that are there providing these rights are not acknowledging them and are, kind of walking past them, then there lies the problem. But then that's also the same problem, for example, the workers that are in mines, they also have rights that are being ignored. And so the problem then becomes, for there to be a true just transition, you need multi-stakeholder buy-in. Everybody needs to be on the same page, everybody needs to agree, and that stakeholder buy-in does not just occur within the borders that we see. It's then regionally, everybody needs to be on the same page, we all need to be moving in the right direction. Then internationally is the same thing. I mean, it goes, I was at a conference recently in Oslo where we met with some trade unions in the oil sector, and the discussions there, I mean, if we can't convince a country like Norway to move away from oil, then how can we convince other places to do the same thing? So it's a constant conversation. I mean, how do we, it's a chicken and the egg situation. Who do we approach first? Where do we approach them? How do we give everybody the equal participation? How do we ensure that this happens? Financing, say, all of these fall within the just transition realm. And I think sometimes with the traditional definition of a just transition that was based in the labor market, sometimes we forget that just transition extends far beyond what we ourselves can even comprehend at this point. So we take it in bite-sized pieces, bit by bit, day by day, sector by sector, group by group. Yeah.
And eventually these perspectives have to come together. Thanks also for bringing it back to Europe all the time, to Sami people in the north or to Austrian Alpenland. I think that's also quite interesting in the sense of mutual learning, because I had this sense here in the meeting sometimes that knowledge transfer is unidirectional. It's knowledge from the north to be spread to the south, which is not necessarily the only way of knowledge transfer.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a little bit of different perspective because I'm from Greece, in Europe, but I haven't lived here for the last 17 years. I'm living in the Middle East, in the UAE, and picking on the democracy piece and the transition and the just transition. So there's no democracy in the UAE. However, the one thing that and I'm from Greece where democracy was born, so I'm a big advocate of democracy. What I can see is that democracy is actually holding countries back, at least Greece, in achieving greater things. What I see in the Middle East is that the only interest of the leadership is the good of the country. So there is no corruption, there's no politics around it. So things happen fast. So when the leadership decide that we are gonna be cutting by 50%, it will happen within 2 months or 3 months. Rather than it will take 15 years and 20 years to be done on a democratic society, which is great, but like you already mentioned, does it really work, because of the interests and what is happening, the politics around it. So I also wanted to make one point that the COP28 president, he mentioned we had a conference in the UAE, the biggest oil and gas conference, which happened last month. And when we he said that when we talk about just an inclusive transition, that means that we should have everybody on the table. So the difference with this COP28 will be that the private sector and the oil and gas players will be on the negotiation table with the countries, which has never happened before. So
I was at COP1. There was a very strong voice of the oil industry.
So I think what I want to say is, as a closing, is that the mindset and the whole picture is changing. So what we were used to before, it's going to change. I think this COP will be totally different, and we should expect the landscape to change a lot of our way of thinking now. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Because I think this is really spicing up the discussion now a little bit. I mean, I've been also living in the UAE for 3 years, and yes, you can make decisions fast, for sure, you know, if you have one ruler. But the problem is that normally these people tend to not get the society behind them in a participatory process. And again, it takes time, you know, and it's cumbersome, and you have all these people with different opinions and so forth. But I'm really convinced that once you do that, and that's why a vision is so important, you need to tell people what you want, and then you need to unite them behind that. But once you have that societal support, then it's kind of locked in for a much longer time period. So if the ruler dies, you know, then the next guy on the throne, so to say, will maybe make different decisions. It's not that easy in a democratic society if you made, let's say this, if you established this societal consensus, so to say, across different parties that you wanna move out of nuclear energy, like in Germany, for example. It's really strong. It doesn't really matter what other party will be elected. We are not going to go back to nuclear energy. It's over, and that's because there's a very strong societal consensus, so to say. And yes, it takes longer sometimes, and it takes also these discussions with people that say, I don't want to live here anymore because now there's this windmill, you know, and it's ugly. It doesn't look nice, and yeah, and then you need to engage with these people. And we also have like minorities in Germany, like, you know, the Bavarians, so to say. They really love their Bavaria, and you know, they love their life, and just don't get started with windmills in Bavaria. They can be in the north or west or east, or you know, they don't really care as long as they're not here. So the normal NIMBY problem, yeah. But you need to engage with the people, because it's maybe also a little bit of a psychological treat, of course, that as long as it's not in your backyard, it's not really hurting you. It's nice, it's easy to sign up for something, yeah. But then as soon as things kind of are putting a burden on you, then opinions often also change quickly. But that's really, I think, where the societal engagement also within the different, let's say, communities on the ground is really very important for such a change process to be, let's say, in a very broad basis, because then you can really push it forward. And that's, I think, it's a key difference. I mean, I hear you, and I know we all say the time is ticking, and we need to make decisions fast, and that, of course, also sometimes leads to the conclusion, well, we need to have one person deciding it now, and then we're going to build this transmission line from northern Germany to southern Germany to the Bavarians, and that's it, because the Bavarians also say we don't want to have transmission lines, right? But still green energy. But I think really it pays off to invest, let's say, the time into these discussions, and then you have a much stronger basis.
Nice discussion. We could continue that for a while, I think. The wine is waiting, let's hope, yeah. Maybe, unless you have another burning question. One.
If I understood right, you mentioned that currently you have one project in Ukraine. So my question, is it possible currently to have some renewable energy project and investment in Ukraine in current situation? Because we already have problem with energy because of the war, because of destruction, and also, so we currently losing everything what we have, and everything under the threat, it's prolonged. So how to find investments to create something new under this huge risk?
Yes, it's happening, both on energy efficiency, but also on the investment side. It's of course limited. And then the other truth to the story is that we are also, as GIZ, purchasing thousands of generators currently, of course, which are handed over to Ukraine, because that's decentral, it's quick, and people need the energy now. And you need to make it robust, and that's why you need to make it very decentral. And if you want to make it fast, then there's still no way around a diesel genset, so to say. It's climate-wise not optimal. We acknowledge that, but it's of course also a very unique constellation in Ukraine currently. Yeah.
Maybe to wrap up, since we have a summit here which is focusing on solutions, how about if each of you just provides your favorite solution to the just energy transition, in whatever way you want to interpret this. And if you wish to come in with your solution, that's fine. You're not mandated, but you're welcome to as well.
That's a tricky one. one solution favorite.
Oh, you can have two.
No, but well, I will again hammer, following everything that has been said here, that the participation since the beginning, bringing everyone on board and not coming with, we want to do this, what do you think about it? But just, how can we do things? And it takes longer, it is more difficult, but we think that's the way to build support. And at event, I mean, just one data I have from a European Union conference, that it has been proven that in places where community energy is strong, there's a lot more acceptance of renewals and a lot more support for renewals. And community energy is benefiting everyone. And there are community energy projects involving indigenous peoples as well. And so, yes, again, participating and making everyone participating in decision making and benefiting from the decisions would be the way to go.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think ensuring participation for legitimacy of regulatory and policy frameworks to bring buy-in and to make sure that the buy-in is not short-term but long-term in nature. But in regards to community energy, I think also the solutions that encourage the establishment of energy communities and assist in the infrastructure and knowledge sharing behind the establishment of these energy communities is a great example to encourage energy prosumership, but also to build a decentralized system where energy consumers are in charge of their energy production. Placing that kind of opportunity in the hands of communities really does change the dynamic of the energy sector, because you do have better involvement. I mean, the community itself is aware of the renewables that they use and the impact that this has for the environment, broadly speaking. So for me, yes, public participation, active public participation, definitely, and energy communities. I think those are the solutions of the future.
I also are bored with the other solutions. So. Clear statements of the renewable energy projects clearly highlight the economic and social value, make it inclusive, include everyone, and also we have to understand also as civil society that we have to choose. Either we have to be part of the problem or we have to be part of the solution. So there's only one or the other. And when we see where's the solution and where the world is going, it's better to decide to go towards, to be part of the solution. And I think that has to be we create an awareness and culture of the civil society that you have to be part of the solution. Tell us how we can get you there. This is, what we are offering. This is where we're going. And let them bring their ideas also.
Thanks. I'm overstepping my role as moderator for a second. My wish in this case would be to also bring another stakeholder on board in these kind of partnerships. And since I recently joined university, I would say science is a good partner, mostly.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. I think one needs to ensure that the benefits of that transition are also distributed, particularly to those ones that probably are losing out. There are mechanisms to do it. But I think that's key to basically not create a strong opposition basically to the change that you want to induce. Thanks.
Any last wishes from your side, from the audience? Well, if not, then thanks. Oh, yeah, there's one.
I like your idea, but how do we get there? How do we give voice to everyone?
So certain countries are utilizing really great mechanisms to engage the community. For example, the UK has citizen assemblies and their citizen climate assemblies. The factors of these assemblies is bringing different people together, so it's really like a luck of the hat, luck of the draw who gets put in these assemblies to make sure that they're as diverse and inclusive as possible. So you can't sign up, you are you put your name in a hat and you are drawn out. Other forms is certain cities are organizing public engagement sessions where they have topics that they bring forward And the city themselves would maybe give the topic of this week being energy transitions within the city, or putting solar panels on the National Museum within our city. And any interested party would be able to come forward and have their say. But for that to be done, you as a citizen have to be engaged in a network to access that information. So for example, cities that have really good in-state networks, Denmark is doing really well with this, Sweden is doing really well, Norway is doing really well. I mean, Norway had an e-voting system for taxation, for a new tax law that they were including. And so having those kind of structures as a basis really encourages active participation later. That being said, I mean, you can only include so many people in a room, and you can only hear so many voices. So if you have those kind of platforms, there needs to be a follow-up system as well, where maybe someone can write in a letter, or go to an office and speak to an official about something that happens. That's also a form of active participation that happens, for example, in France. I'm not too sure where exactly, but there is an office within the French Ministry of Environment where you can drop off complaints that you have for the environment or for the city that you're living in. That's an example. It's a very long and tedious process in some instances, but you get results. And having the reporting afterwards, citizen climate assemblies in the UK and Norway have reports that are released based on the discussions that we're having in the assemblies, and people can comment on those. So those are just practical examples that I can give you, but I mean, they're very few and far between.
Thanks, Larissa. Thanks to all of you. Interesting discussion, despite our small start. I quite enjoyed it. I hope you did too. You may be able to grab our experts after the session. There may be wine outside. I have no idea if there's anything left. Maybe finished. Thanks a lot. Have a good evening.